Good morning.
Good morning, Christian.
How are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm fine. Oh, you're also streaming on YouTube.
Yeah.
Never knew that. Ooh,
We are YouTubers as well.
very well. Yeah, that took me a week or so last year to find out, and I forgot. It was so complex, I forgot. That's why I did not bring up that idea, because I could not remember that process.
Christian, this year just enjoy.
I just hope that everything is fine with the license. If not, if not, I don't know what to do this time, really. So, for me, the magic number today is 301.
Christian, you have co-host permissions right now, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Ah, already in the waiting room area, you can rename the people. I never knew.
Yes.
I never
We
knew.
we are renaming.
Good. For you, what is the crucial part? Is it the breakout room number, or is it the absolute correct spelling of the name?
No, the breakout room number. I think the key is breakout room number.
All right. Good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, that looks good.
Hola, Raquel.
Buenos días, ya me quito el audio.
Nada, no te preocupes. ¿Todo bien?
¿El qué?
El fondo.
Ah, pero yo me lo había puesto. ¿Qué está pasando? Ahora voy, perdonen.
Ha sido peor que te he tenido que renombrar, Raquel.
Ya, pero no hay que... ¿Por qué me has renombrado?
¿Porque estabas mal?
No, perdona, yo estaba perfecta. Me has quitado los espacios.
No.
En el mail no lo pone...
No,
Ay, que
solo
no.
ponía Raquel
En
Rubio.
el mail no lo pone así.
Perfecta estás, pero solo ponía Raquel Rubio.
Pues es que no me la guardé. ¿Ves? Pero
Raquel, que me ha pasado a mí lo mismo y se me ha ido el fondo también, hija.
Ahora me lo pongo.
Buenos días, que no he dicho nada.
Más. Madre mía.
Hola, Susana.
Me han guardado, qué rabia.
Estoy intentando conectarme los cascos, no sé por qué no logro conectarlos. Os oigo por el ordenador. Me silencio para no molestar.
Ya estaría.
Se llama Nuria
Miguel.
Navarro. Y Nuria
Miguel García, estás hablando, pero no te oigo.
Navarro.
Y está en la mesa.
No,
Ahora.
ahora sí. Ahora sí, ahora sí. Está usted muy elegante.
Hombre. ¿Has visto lo que te he puesto en Teams?
Nuria Navarro.
No he abierto Teams para que no se pete el ordenador.
¿Y cuál más?
Lo digo porque
Cristina.
el link que tengo yo de
¿De
YouTube
YouTube? Sí.
sale un vídeo tuyo de prueba.
Vale, pues te mando ahora mismo el link
Vale,
nuevo, ¿vale?
un momentito.
Bueno, el link nuevo, que pensaba que no había cambiado,
Se
pero ha cambiado porque
llama-
está retransmitiendo ya. Un segundo.
Ah, bueno, igual no lo he probado antes. Espera.
Espera un segundito. Aquí.
Montserrat Barbero.
Te lo pongo por el chat, ¿vale?
Vale.
Montserrat Barbero. Y ahora te digo la lista.
A Miguel.
Barbero. Sí, que la Cristina es la 1.
¿Lo tienes?
Lo tengo.
Vale. Compruébalo, ¿vale? Cuando
Sofía,
puedas.
Con PHI, ¿vale? Sofía y Prianides, con K.
Sofía Ciprianides, ¿vale? SA 28.
Bueno, SA.
¿Por qué me pone
Bueno,
esto?
pero no.
O sea, se ha cerrado sesión porque ha iniciado sesión con su cuenta desde otro dispositivo. ¿Por qué?
Eso está también de
Alguien ha entrado en tu Zoom.
Tenéis un 18.
De formación. No entréis con la esta, por Dios.
28.
Dice Raquel que se nos oye un montón.
Buenos días. Robert,
Dime.
hola. Oye, eso del.
SA 15.
Claro, yo es que mi sesión de Zoom no la tengo, o sea, tengo con un Gmail.
Nada, no te preocupes, Enrique. Vamos, está todo bien. ¿Vale? O sea, no te preocupes, que en principio está
Mira,
todo
sí,
bien, ¿vale?
Es que como especificaste que fuera la dirección de común.
Sí, pero no te preocupes, no pasa nada.
Elegante que va Miguel, ¿no? Eso que es de la propia camisa, ¿no?
Enrique, estás muy poco puesto.
Es un.
Recordáis que esto es Kea, ¿verdad?
Oh, ya lo veré, ya lo veré.
Buenos días, que no he dicho nada. Por aquí trasteando.
Buenos días, Pedro.
Hola, Pedro.
SRE
Hola.
Lorena Rodriguez hat keine.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Good
Hallo.
morning. Good morning.
Jemand hat das falsche Mikro an.
Morning, hello.
Irgendjemand hier im Raum hat nicht das richtige Mikro.
Ich hab's Richtige.
Weil ich höre mich selber. Das sollte aber nicht sein, weil mein Mikro aus ist. Da muss ich jetzt mal gucken, sonst geht's beim Übersetzen gleich ziemlich durcheinander.
Morning.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. We're just going to test run the video. This is not obviously for the instructors yet.
Human App as a new instructor for me has just enabled me to learn more of the program as well as learning from the students. And the more I click on those amazing features of Human App, the more I discover more about the children.
If you have this Human App, it helps you improve on your schoolwork. You can do everything on it. It's like flying a plane.
Digital students as possible, that would be the dream.
Hallo.
Good morning.
Otro tipo de intereses que muchas veces no coinciden con los de la ciudad. Eres una especie de terrorista de tu ciudad, de defensor de un proyecto político muy concreto y muy específico en la ciudad, en el que hay variables ideológicas, obviamente, donde las tenemos. Pero en un ayuntamiento y una ciudad, yo creo que esa pasión, esa gestión, esa visión está por encima de las siglas y, de hecho, hay ejemplos muy notables que la valen.
Hello. Hello.
Roberto, can you please make Christian and me the translators for German for now? Siobhan will be done by Thomas then. And so for Siobhan, it should be changed. We didn't know that there was a limited number of translators to be assigned. I'll be the start, so can you please make me translator? Thanks.
Okay.
I'll send you an overview who does what, so you can change us. Thank you.
I don't know.
Good morning.
Human App, as a new instructor for me, has just enabled me to learn more of the program as well as learning from the students. And the more I click on those amazing features of Human App, the more I discover more about the children.
If you have this Human App, it helps you improve on your schoolwork. You can do everything on it. It's like writing on the actual paper.
Once I tried the tablet, I realized that really there's not much difference at all. My biggest plus is the transparency. I see exactly what's happening every day with the student. I'm thrilled to be on the computer at 7 in the morning and see a student on the tablet. You see it right away and you're like, yes, they're doing the Kumon right.
I find it more child-friendly because they are really looking forward to doing the work on Human App. We get our messages very quickly, and I like it because I can look back on my work I did correct and I did it wrong.
Die Kinder lieben es, mit dem iPad zu arbeiten. Und durch das Durch die Ansicht auf dem iPad können Sie sehen, wie gut Sie sind, in welchem Stand Sie sind, und Sie können sogar Highscores aufstellen und sich motivieren, noch besser zu werden.
Also mir gefällt es sehr gut, weil ich dann mich dann auch nochmal, man hat ja dann den Ring am Ende, kann ich auch sehen, wie weit ich gekommen bin. Mein Ziel ist, dass ich schneller und besser werde.
Man muss die Idee nicht aus dem Buch holen, sondern man kann einfach das Englisch anmachen und Englisch anhören. Man muss nicht bei dem Command-Center die Backup holen, sondern nur sein Tablet holen.
Doing the corrections immediately. That's another very big positive.
We still do admin on the tablet. There's still marking, you still have to prep. The time is just, there's a total different time in sitting with 20 students back where you have to mark, record everything. Compared to doing 20 students on the tablet. I would love to have the whole center on the tablet just for that advantage.
Previously with the worksheets, as the parent, okay, you had to correct it and mark it. That itself is time consuming. Regular work on a daily basis, knowing that they'll be marked, and then they'll know where they are and they can progress that way.
And the organization with the pages is just so much easier. It's just much more organized for everybody, for the student, for the parents, for the instructor.
Also mir gefällt das, weil ich iPad persönlich praktischer, weil ich bei Papier, da verliere ich schneller was. Das iPad verliert man nämlich nicht so schnell.
Ich finde es besser, weil du alles am Ort hast und bist nicht danach suchen.
Also ich sehe das Lerncenter in einem Jahr schon auf einer 100%-Quote der Kumon Tablet App, weil es viele Vorzüge hat. Der ganz große Vorteil ist einfach die Vielfalt, die ich den Eltern heutzutage anbieten kann.
You can use the playback function to see if they are following your instructions, and sometimes I need to replay to the student and say, this is what I can see and the way you do in your books, and I prefer for you to do it a better way. So that is one of the benefits of the tablet.
Ja, also auf Papier bin ich eher nicht so konzentriert wie auf dem iPad, und meine Lust hält auch länger am iPad an als am Papier.
The messaging feature and alongside the analysis makes Kumon app such an amazing tool.
The fact that I can set as much as I want, I can change it as often as I want and so easily, that's definitely been one of the greatest advantages.
For the student, they're still doing their worksheets. They still have to do maths that's hard. So I think for them in the beginning, it feels like a whole different platform. Everything is new, but in the end,
Ja, Heike.
Ja, ich auch. Ich höre Sie. Ja.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 Kea Instructor Conference. It gives us great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you joining us online from over 21 countries around the world today. Today, we will have presentations in English and in Spanish. So we would like to show you how easy it is to select the proper interpretation channel to either select the interpretation into English, Spanish, or German. As you can see in the slide, in the menu bar, you will find the interpreting button, the one that looks like a globe. There, you just need to click on the language that you wish to hear. However, if you want to hear the original language of the presentation, please be sure to click on the inactive or the off button. So let's begin. Mi llamo Eden.
And my name is Miguel, and we are both delighted to be your host for this year's conference. Before we start, there are a few housekeeping rules to go through to ensure that the conference runs smoothly. Please ensure that you all have your cameras switched on and your phones and microphones turned off. This will protect us from experiencing any unnecessary background noise, as well as ensuring maximum engagement in each of the presentations.
We encourage all of you to be active listeners. Today, we will hear from some of the most inspirational instructors that we have within our network. So please be inspired and take as much away from today as possible.
Finally, please get involved and share your thoughts. Towards the latter part of today's conference, we will be getting into breakout rooms to share our thoughts, feelings, and ideas based on today's presentations. We encourage you to contribute and collaborate as much as you can during this session. For the breakout rooms, it is very important that you rename yourselves on your devices. As you can see on your screens, you just have to click on your photo, right button, and go to rename. Then please follow the pattern KUKNI for instructors in the UK and Ireland office, KES for instructors from the office in Spain, KDE for instructors who depend on the German office, and KZA for African countries, then followed by your name and the number of breakout rooms. This will allow Kumon staff to allocate you for the discussion. So please, it is now time to do so if you haven't had the opportunity.
This year's KEA Instructor Conference theme is Digital Kumon, Our New Normal. During the conference, a handful of our instructors with large numbers of Digital Kumon students from South Africa, Spain, and UK and I will share their experiences in the following areas. How the digital enrolment has improved the experience of our students and their parents from the first day at Kumon. How the Kumon Global Grading Centre, or the KGGC, with overseas marking, has transformed our KEA Kumon centres and accelerated our student development. How Digital Kumon is changing the day-to-day experience of instructors, freeing up time and energy previously spent on manual and administrative tasks, and allowing them the freedom to redirect their valuable resource to what matters most, the students. And finally, how this gives us the opportunity to reach new families.
This is an opportunity for all KEA instructors to be able to explore how the future is now a reality in many of our KEA Kumon centers, where Digital Kumon is the new normal. We would like to thank each of our speakers for preparing some incredible presentations for us to listen to and reflect on. The quality and caliber of these instructors is outstanding, and the work that they are doing is leading the way for our 2023 annual strategy. I also want to thank all of you for connecting this morning, and I hope you're looking forward to the presentations and discussions as much as we are. We are very lucky to have many Kumon members from around the world, but we want to give a special thank you to Mr. Igegami, President of KIE, that has sent us a video message to all KEA instructors and associates. And as it could not be otherwise, Mr. Igegami will deliver us a message of hope and conviction on Digital Kumon.
Good afternoon. I am Hidenori Ikegami from the Kumon Institute of Education. the COVID-19 pandemic is still causing restrictions to travel to and from Japan. So, this year, again, I'm addressing you via a video message. Today, I would like to talk about Digital Kumon, which is already in use in KEA. Digital Kumon aims to achieve a dramatic improvement in learning outcomes by responding sincerely to the needs of parents and students. This will lead to an overwhelming increase in customer satisfaction. The way to achieve this is through tablet learning and the utilization of students' learning data. I'm looking forward to the Digital Kumon case studies that we will be hearing about at Studies Today's conference. Let me give you a brief overview of Digital Kumon. Students download the Kumon app onto their tablets. Then they study the Kumon worksheets on their tablets. Instructors download an app called Class Navi to their PC. Class Navi is an app that contains the Learning Management System, or LMS. Instructors use Class Navi to set study projections to assign and they can mark completed worksheets. Then all of this data is automatically recorded in record books. The implementation of Digital Kumon, which focuses on tablet study and the utilization of study data, began worldwide in June of 2021. In KEA, Digital Kumon has begun in more than 10 countries, including across the UK, Ireland, Spain, Germany, Greece, France, as well as in South Africa. The start of Digital Kumon in so many countries of your region shows that KEA is leading the world in the rollout of Digital Kumon. The numbers on this slide are as of the end of September, but they have increased since then. Now that we are in November, the implementation of Digital Kumon is being carried out all over the world. But I have especially heard about how many instructors in KEA have found Digital Kumon to be effective. Today, I would like to talk about instructor Sharon Williams from the Ravens Homes Center. Sharon immediately applied to implement Digital Kumon when she first heard about it. Digital Kumon makes same-day marking easy without requiring students to bring their homework worksheets to the center. When instructors use the Kumon Global Grading Center, they don't have to ask students and parents to do marking at home. In this case, a student named Oliver was having trouble with addition of fractions in level E. And there are even some days where homework was not assigned. That's because even if the student did the homework, it would all be incorrect. Sharon always has students do new work in the center and ensures they can do it before they go home. But in this case, after the student went home, he told his parents that he couldn't solve the problems. Then the parents contacted the center to complain by phone and text, saying that their son couldn't do the work. So the parents were feeling a lot of stress and so was Sharon. Right at that time, Data Common was introduced. Sharon explained the merits of Data Common to the parents, and the parents immediately agreed to give it a try. They bought a tablet for their son. After starting using the tablet, Oliver became more motivated, and there was a dramatic improvement in his learning. Same-day marking eliminated the understanding gap between worksheet done in the center and worksheet done for homework. Mistakes were reduced by finishing corrections before starting the next worksheet. Because he was able to complete the day's homework smoothly, he began to enjoy his daily study. And some days he even submitted 2 sets of worksheets. The center was able to check Oliver's homework, and this reduced the burden on his parents. They were not happy and felt stress-free. Also, there are aspects of same-day marking that increase the burden on centers. The introduction of Data Common allows for more efficient center interaction and greatly reduces the administrative burden. Sharon has also been able to make significant improvements. When it comes to marking and center management, Sharon used to feel pressure seeing her assistant marking late into the night. But marking with Class Navi has saved a lot of time with marking because the answers were displayed on the screen. Thanks to this, she has been able to delegate administrative tasks such as reports and monthly worksheets to assistants who are now able to engage in more rewarding work. Previously, Sharon had handled all administrative tasks on her own. This put a heavy burden on her, and it often meant that she could not finish on time. It used to take a lot of time to set study predictions and make study plans. But using Class Navi's record and replay functions has reduced the time she spent worrying about that. The overall time required has been shortened. Now she is able to assign worksheets in more flexible way based on the current study status of the student. Sharon no longer has to work on Saturdays. So on Saturday mornings, she has started a class focused on newly enrolled students. They will help her further develop her center. Also, she is now able to take more holidays than before. Sharon made the following comments about the introduction of Data Common. The pressure has been taken off me. I'm not that stressed out anymore. I was like a swan before, calm on top, but frantic underneath. Now I'm still kicking, but not as fast. More relaxing. The introduction of Data Common has made center management more efficient, and this has allowed Sharon to focus more on her instruction. The result has been an increase in customer satisfaction. In addition, she is now able to enjoy her common work more than before because the pressure has been lifted. Sharon's experience is an example of how the best aspects of Data Common can be effectively utilized. Now, I would like to talk about the most important point I have to share with you today. It is the title of my presentation, Creating Kumon's Future, Our New Normal. My honest way is that instructor based on the instruction principles be implemented at all Kumon centers around the world. I'm sure that this is also the earnest wish of all instructors. However, this is something that has not yet been achieved. Concretely speaking, the 5 items on this slide indicate the instruction principles that we would like to realize in every Kumon center. These 5 points are setting starting points and study projections, gauging student study situation, marking and recording of students' progress, assessing instruction, and adjusting the rate of progress and revising the study projection. I have changed the order of the instruction principles a little in line with the flow of instruction in the center, but the essence remains the same. Little Kumon will be great assistance to instructors as you go about implementing Kumon method instruction according to the instruction principles. For example, the class navigation function makes setting study projections and assigning worksheets very easy. The instruction principles state that the study projection is a reflection of the progress level the instructor wants his or her students to achieve and by when. So, of course, the instructor personally makes the decision regarding each student's study projection and worksheet assignment. But this technology will be very helpful in setting study projections and assigning worksheets. The same goes for gauging the study situation. The full study record will be readily available, and this will allow instructors to grasp the study situation with greater accuracy. In addition, this will reduce the administrative burden and allow more time to observe the study situation of each student. Further, as has been reported in the Data Kumon pilot program, the handwriting visualization function, known as the replay function, enables the instructor to gain greater insight into the student's study situation. A very important point in Kumon method instruction is assessing instruction. Instructors select students from the class list that they are focusing on. They confirm the original study projection and worksheet assignments, as well as a study record. Based on this review, they adjust the study projection and worksheet assignments. Class Navi makes these commonplace instruction tasks very easy to carry out. Are all of you familiar with the PDCA cycle? The PDCA cycle is often used as a standard method of implementing the quality of work and services. First, a plan is made. Next, after the plan has been implemented, the plan and the actual implementation are reviewed and evaluated. Then, we think of ways to make improvements and take action to implement those improvements. The idea is that we can improve the quality of the services we provide by learning this plan, do, check, act cycle. I think that the PDCA cycle is also important for Kumon centers. When you take a closer look, you can see that the PDCA cycle is fully integrated into the instructional principles. Data Kumon's class Navi helps instructors carry out the PDCA cycle in a very natural way. Of course, we still have some way to go until we reach an ideal stage of implementation. Based on the feedback from instructors who have actually used the system, we would like to incorporate features into Class Navi that will allow us to implement the PDCA cycle in Kumon instruction, as shown on this slide. Our official Data Kumon commercial operations will begin from next year. With Data Kumon, we aim to bring innovation to Kumon instruction and communication. Furthermore, we want to provide concrete solutions regarding instructor skill improvement and staff support and consulting. This is what I really mean by the title, Creating Kumon's Future, Our New Normal. Well, my time is running out now. I also mentioned this last year in my message to you. But I wonder what the founder of Kumon method, Told Kumon, would have thought about Data Kumon. Would Told Kumon have said that the Kumon method requires the usage of paper worksheets? Would he have said that Kumon method could not use new technology? I don't think that Told Kumon would have said that. I am convinced that Told Kumon would have said, instructors, please use Data Kumon wisely to provide strong support for your instruction and help your students pursue their potential. However, I am also convinced that while recommending Data Kumon to instructors, Told Kumon would also surely have said the following: we must never forget that it is will and instructional ability of instructors that truly help students grow, not computer technology. The Kumon method is a form of education that requires instructors. We must never forget that important point. I sincerely hope that you, the instructors of KEA, will proactively integrate Data Kumon into your centers and take a global leading role in implementing the Kumon method. Everyone, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ikegami, for your inspirational words.
And associates.
We too are also looking forward to Digital Kumon becoming our new normal and seeing the incredible benefits it will have on our amazing students across Europe and Africa. Before we go on to our main presenters today, we wish to acknowledge some special instructors who have really led the way adopting Digital Kumon in their centres.
Starting with number 5 in all of KEA, we have Sonia Sanchez from Sabadell Center, who has 99 digital students at the end of October. Sonia has embraced digital and hit over 40% of her EFL students on the tablet in June 2022. Sonia is convinced that digital is a necessary step to change the reality of her center and offer a better service to her community. This is why she has spread the word all over the center and is having a warm welcome to Digital Kumon.
And also with 99 digital students, we have Mirasini, Maria and Ilias of the Iliopoli Centre. Not only the instructor, but the entire centre team has the vision to implement digital Kumon to 100% as soon as possible. It was the first centre that carried out a digital enrolment and immediately declared this as the new standard right after the first trial. At number 3, we have Abiola Abiodun Tijani of the Kennington Centre. You will in fact be hearing from Abiola today. She has embraced digital Kumon in her centre and almost doubled her digital student numbers from 35 in April to 61 in May. She hit the amazing milestone of over 100 digital students in July 2022. And at the end of October, she now has 119 digital students in total.
And number 2 is Anna Bla. If there is something clear in Anna's mindset, it is her willingness to make a positive impact on her students. This shows in her dedication to digital Kumon. She hit over 100 digital students just 5 months after offering it at her center. And in April 2022, went from 5 digital students to over 60 in May. She knows that making a quick and deep impact in her instruction and communications skills is the path she has to follow, the path to success. And digital Kumon is the tool to achieve her goals. Now she has 134 digital students. You will also be hearing from her today.
And at number 1, we have Sharon Williams of the Levenshulme Centre. Sharon now has over 146 digital Kumon students. Looking at her overall student numbers, the centre is in a great position, as the red line, the discontinuance, is staying the same, and the blue line, the NNEO, is increasing. The operations have changed so much that Sharon now has more time and opened a class on Saturday mornings because she no longer needs to set, mark, or record on these mornings. Even with this day opening, she still has more free time, so she also carries out digital enrolments on Saturday afternoons. She will even be opening an additional physical class on Thursday afternoons from this month in November. She is so confident with the service she can offer that she has increased her fees after many years. Sharon used to worry that her communication and feedback with students and families was inconsistent and ad hoc. But using the instructor app, Class Navi, its student records, the replay function, and the message function, along with WhatsApp and Zoom video communication, she has improved the quality of her communication between her students, and her families. Because of this, she has an improved knowledge of the student's ability and is able to set worksheets in a more accurate and flexible way, based on the current study status of the student. A huge congratulations to these top 5 instructors.
Today is about showcasing to those in this yellow area here, and especially those currently in this orange area here, what is possible and achievable for you and your students too, by providing you with a clear vision of what the impact of digital study looks and feels like for you, your team of staff, your customers, and your students. This time last year at conference in 2021, digital study was brand new, and we were shared the early successes of the pilot instructors with you, thanks to the instructors across KEA who presented. Now we have some more experience under our belts. This year, with more instructors having gained experience and more time to assess the impact on student numbers, retention, summer study, enrollments, and class management and communications with customers, we have even more to speak about and to showcase. I hope you're able to obtain a really clear vision in your mind's eye about how your center will evolve further via digital.
For our first presentation, we are delighted to introduce you to Siobhan from the Parktown North Study Centre in South Africa. Siobhan will share with us her journey through digital enrolments, the preparation before the student comes to the centre for the first time, and the benefits of a digital enrolment from the perspective of the instructor, the student, and the parents. What did she learn from this experience? Let's find out. Siobhan, we are eager to hear from you.
Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to share my experiences of digital enrollments with you. But first, let me share a bit of my story. I started my Kumon journey as a company center instructor in 2019. And at the end of 2020, the decision was made to close the company center. But as an alternative, I was offered the opportunity to purchase the center. Whilst I certainly don't regret the decision to take on the centre as a franchisee, the last 2 years certainly haven't been easy for me, and I'm sure that many of you can relate to that. The economic pressures on South Africans can be unfathomable at times, but I think many countries have also experienced similar hardships in recent years and certainly recent months. In fact, as a result of this economic pressure, there was a time towards the end of 2021 where I considered closing my centre, which absolutely broke my heart, but was fast becoming a reality. But after many consultations with my area manager, she persuaded me to hold out for a little while because Digital Kumon was on the horizon, and she felt that I could make big changes for my centre once it rolled out to all the other centres. Whilst Digital Kumon hasn't specifically saved my centre yet, I'm really glad that I held out and got to experience it for myself because I can see its potential, and I'm working on delivering that vision to as many families as I can. I currently have about 70 subjects, 10 of which are Digital Kumon students, but with summer study looming in December, I'm starting to get some more interest to switch over to the app. So I'm really looking forward to expanding that Digital Kumon number with new and existing students. Now, we all know that pursuing potential is at the heart of what we do, and Toru Kumon believed that individualized, just right education makes Kumon's future bright. And he had the following to say about this bright future. When we consider the form that education should take from here on, I believe that the number of people who think the most beneficial education for children is individualized education at the just right level of each student, not the type of education offered in conventional school lessons, is rapidly increasing. So here we are, able to pursue potential at the just right level in a new and exciting way. The mode of how we do it may be evolving, but the heart remains the same. Pursuing potential in the just right levels. This quote is part of a section of the philosophy of Toru Kumon that, as I say, talks about the future of Kumon being bright. It says that we have to challenge ourselves and work to improve every day. Only then will we get a glimpse of that bright future Toru Kumon envisioned. So now for my focus for today, digital enrollments. I must admit, I was a little nervous about the idea of digital enrollment when I was first approached. As much as I found the digital study process to be exciting and fairly straightforward, I felt a little lost when I started to think about a digital enrollment. And you'll notice that I'm using the words digital enrollment, not just a digital DT. So we're talking about the whole process here, and that felt a little daunting to me. But the philosophy of Toru Kumon reminds me that this is all part of improving myself every day, and I know that taking on challenges will ultimately make me a better instructor. And you know how Toru Kumon's main philosophies is kindness to children? Well, I think the Kumon Regional Support Office has been focusing on kindness to instructors because they have put together a lovely, clear, step-by-step digital enrollments guide that really gave me the confidence to give it a try. You can get a glimpse of the guide here. I won't be taking us through every aspect of the guide, but rather I'll share my process and experience. The steps that have been laid out in the guide are: be prepared, completing the DT, marking and replaying the DT, showing device options, discovering features of the app, and sharing my instructional plan. If we take another look at this list, it's not all that different from doing a paper-based enrollment. At the very least, with a paper-based enrollment, I'm making sure that I'm prepared, I complete the DT with the student, I mark and not replay, but share the results of the DT with the student and the parent, and I'm sharing my instructional plan with them. So that only leaves us with 2 additional steps. Steps I believe are almost negligible in the length of time they take. So when I looked at the guide, I realized it probably wasn't going to be all that different from any other enrollment I've done. I am going to preface this by saying that I am generally tech savvy, but like with anything, practice makes progress. So even if this sounds completely overwhelming and all time consuming right now, that doesn't mean that it always will be. So let's dive into what that process was like for me. Looking at step 0, this involved class Navi preparation and setting up the device and stylus for the enrollment meeting. So let's look at exactly what that meant for me. First, I loaded the Kumon app for students onto my device. Then I went onto the instructor app, Class Navi, and created the student account. To do this, all I needed was their name and grade. Before I saved the student's profile, I also saved their login details to a spreadsheet where I keep all login details safe. Then I logged into the account on my iPad, and going back to Class Navi, I set the first DT and sent a welcome message to the student. The guide mentions using the student's name when setting up the profile so that they get a personalized experience. But I realized that with the messaging function, I could enhance that experience. Not only would the student get to see their name, but they'd see or listen to me read a personalized message just for them. Think about how much more exciting that would be. Going back to those steps I followed, you may be thinking, gosh, that sounds like a lot of time and energy. But have a look at this. Step 1 took me about 41 seconds. And yes, that is a photo of the stopwatch on my phone that I used to time myself doing this step. Steps 2 to 4 took me 3 minutes and 38 seconds. And steps 5 and 6 took me about 40 seconds. All the time I've recorded here also includes those little things like opening up my browser, logging into Class Navi, etc. So all in all, it took me a total of 5 minutes to complete step 0 of the guide. Yes, as I said, I'm tech savvy, but this was my first time for this process from start to finish. So think about how much faster I'll get with practice. So even if you take twice or 3 times as long as me, you'll get faster with practice too. As an aside, you may be concerned about a young student holding a stylus instead of one of our lovely triangular Kumon pencils. I found little packs of pencil grips at a local store that fit really well on an Apple Pencil-like stylus and barely cost anything. They were a game changer. So now the student has arrived and it's time for step 1, the diagnostic test. I followed almost the same process as I would have with a paper DT. We still previewed, although we did use a paper DT because it's not that easy to preview on the app. I used the stylus during the DT just as I would a pen to point out instructions, to circle things. I asked the student to point to objects and numbers. I interacted with the student and the DT in the way I would have on paper. And if I needed to, I would have set a higher or lower DT on Class Navi. And I kept my laptop nearby for that. So you'll notice I said almost the same process. Notice what's missing? Name, date, and time, because that's no longer a part of the study process on the app. Still, there's no reason I can't ask the student to write their name on one of the pages so that I can test out that skill. And that's exactly what I did with one of the students I'm going to introduce you to. I worked with 2 students when I tested out this process. First up, we have Ayana. She recently turned 6, which is K1 in South Africa. So I first prepared the K1 Maths DT for her. Ayana has been studying English with me since February this year and has been showing a lot of interest in studying maths. Her mom has honestly been against app study from the start, but she did agree to let Ayana give it a go for the maths DT. Then we have Luca. He turned 4 just this month, so I prepared the K2 DT for him. His older brother is actually one of my ASHR maths students and has been studying with me for a few years now. His mum inquired about the app when I first introduced it at the center, but hasn't fully pursued the prospect yet. Here I've got a few clips of Ayana's digital DT for us to watch. I have cut together a few things that I think are interesting and valuable for you to understand the experience. If the sound is not the greatest, I'm hoping you'll at least be able to hear it okay, but what we say and do is actually not the most important thing. It's more about looking at what the enrollment felt like.
Just got to hit refresh. Look what's over there. That's your name. Isn't that cool, hey? So this is the Kumon app. Oh, there's a message here. Do you want to tap that blue button? This says, "Hi Ayana, I'm so excited to see all the numbers you know and how beautifully you can write them." That's from me. I sent that message here for you. Does that make you happy? So we're going to go back there. Alright, now you just got to give it a moment to load. Hold on a sec. Now we're going to use the pen, Ayana. So hold the pen, get yourself comfy. So let's hold it like you would hold your normal pen. Yep, is that feeling comfy? And you can tap the blue button. Let's try again. Okay. Now let's tap that blue button. Okay, right. We don't need to worry about this page. This page is for me. So let's tap here, but you're going to have to tap it with the pen, not with your finger. Okay, this says count the apples. Can you count the apples for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How many are? Oh, there's 7. Good job. And beginning with, can you use this for a sec? What's this number? 1. Oh, beginning with 1. Read the numbers in order while pointing to each one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Wow, you did that so beautifully. No, I'm going to put beautiful stars in here. Okay. Do you want to tap or am I going to tap? Well, you got to do it with the pen. There we go. Yeah, you're going to use the pen. Right, this says trace the numbers, just like you told me when we looked at it. Can you tell me what number that is? Ah, good job.
4.
I love how you're saying the numbers first, Diana. I'd love to see you do these. This says add. So see how many you can do. They're such beautiful ones. Lovely. Good, careful counting. Oh, you knew that one immediately. Try the next one. Keep going. You want to keep going? Hey. You want to do it every time? I see. If we think about everything we saw, I personally saw nothing out of the ordinary, except for the fact that the DT was on my tablet. I feel like I could superimpose a paper DT onto the video and it wouldn't really look any different. In terms of administering the DT, it certainly didn't feel any different. There was still an opportunity for Ayana to turn pages independently. You saw how I interacted with the DT by drawing stars and circling 1 in the instruction. So all in all, it felt really normal. One thing I have learned since doing that DT is that I can actually have an additional stylus for me to use while the student holds the other stylus. Now let's have a look at how Luca went. He spent a lot of time wanting to use the stylus and tap all over the place. And at times he was definitely more engaged with the features of the app rather than the content. You'll see this on page 1 after he counted the donuts for the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we look at the next page and see what else we're going to do?
A monkey.
Oh my goodness.
An elephant and a bear and a monkey.
Wow. And what are these things?
A bunny.
Yeah? Yeah, you know what that is. Hey.
One.
Wow, where did you learn that?
Why? I say 2.
Yeah?
3. 6.
Can you tell me something? Do you know what that says?
Oh yeah.
What does that say?
Where?
That says Luca.
Oh.
Is that your name?
Yeah, Luca Dipino.
Luca Dipino, yes. Okay. That's going to help us to start doing this worksheet on the iPad.
Oh, that.
So do you want to tap your finger on that one?
Yeah.
No, we got to tap this one. I think I've got to tap that pen. Oh no, we don't have to. Okay, we don't need that page. But what I would like you to do here, Luca, do you know how to write your name?
Luca.
Do you know how to write it with the pen?
Yeah.
Can you show me? Okay, we can write it over here. It's going to feel a bit weird, but that's okay. Look at that, Luca. Well done. Wow, look at you. I'm going to write a star over here because I think that's so beautiful. We're not going to need the pen for now, so I'm going to keep holding it. But when you need it, then I will show you, okay? So, Luca.
Donuts.
Yes, there's the donuts again. Can you count the strawberries?
2.
Wow, how did you know there's 2?
1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Oh, that was such good trying. Can we try again, pointing carefully to them? Oh, yes, good noticing. Let's point together, Luca. Why don't you point on the donuts? Luca? Let's count. 1. Let's start here, Luca. 1. Okay, now tap that. Good boy, so careful. Let's see if you can draw a line connecting each pair of pictures. You did it! You look proud of yourself. Are you proud of yourself, Luca? This is join the dots to reach the stars. That was lovely. Did you enjoy that, Luca? Yeah. That was so much fun.
You may have noticed that once Luca got hold of the stylus, and I see some of you have even commented, he engaged a lot better. It was still quite challenging at times to keep him focused on what the DT was asking, rather than playing around with the features of the app. But having said that, there might have still been distractions if we were doing a paper DT. This could have been purely down to the child in front of me and his personality and skills. So now our students have finished the DT and it's time for marking. The enrollment guide presents 2 options for marking the DT: in front of the student and the parent, or on your own and then sharing the results and playback with the parent and the student. I opted for option 1. Whilst either would suffice, I felt that doing both at the same time would be better. Perhaps if you're feeling unsure of the student's starting point and want the score to confirm it, you might prefer option 2. I think there are merits to both options, as laid out in the guide.
Okay, alrighty, so do you want to tell Mummy if you enjoyed that, what you thought of it? Did you enjoy it, hey? Do you want to tell Mummy all about the biggest number that you wrote today? Do you remember? Well, that you were trying to read that number, yes, and then we wrote some beautiful big numbers, but now the best part is we can actually show Mummy on here what you did. Numbers. The really nice thing on here was that she counted them, so she immediately pointed to and counted them. So she's remembered from her English that we're pointing to things, which was good. Okay. But then also, once she finished and got to 7, she said to me, there are 7. So she's retaining that information, which is nice. She's thinking about these things in a deeper way, which is really nice to see. Yeah. And then look at these. Hey, what numbers did you write?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes, you wrote all those beautiful numbers. And look, this is the best thing. I can actually play it for you so you can see how beautifully she did. So you can see she's really carefully trying to follow the path, which is really, really nice. So in terms of her number formation, she's got a really nice foundation. For that, she's doing slightly as well, but other than that, everything is looking really good. And then she gave herself a star. It was such beautiful work. Hey, Ayana. So I'm very happy with how all of those turned out. And then she wrote the numbers all by herself really beautifully. So again, I can do a playthrough. What I thought was really cool, when we previewed, so we couldn't preview on the app, but we previewed the paper one. And I said to her, what do you think you have to do on this page? Immediately she said, I'm going to have to trace these numbers and then write the same numbers. And wow. So she was so aware of what she had to do. Okay. And then what did we do? What did we do, Ayana? We did sums, hey?
And when we previewed, she noticed 2 plus 2 immediately and told me it was 4. So the greatest thing was when she did this, she started with 2 plus 1, and that one she used her fingers, so she held up a 2 and she held up a 1, and then she went 1, 2, 3, and then she wrote her 3, and then without even hesitating, she wrote a 4. Just immediately went in and wrote the 4. It was absolutely wonderful to watch that as well. And then 3 and 2, she used her fingers again, so I think she had 3 and 2, counted them, got her 5. 4 and 3, you can see also is beautifully done. She got to 7. So she ended up getting all of these right. I mean, the only 2 issues was just that she wrote this backwards and she wrote her 10 the wrong way. But I mean, other than that,
So looking at my feedback, it was fairly standard. The only difference is that the pages were on my computer. But once we got to the number tracing page, that's when things really picked up. You can even see the slight change in Mom's posture and how she's getting more engaged and even more impressed the more she watches. The lovely thing about doing the digital enrollment with Ayana is that she and her sister did their English DTs on paper. So I was actually able to ask their mom what she thought of the digital enrollment in comparison to paper. Here's what she had to say. I loved the experience. It was quite a different experience, but I think it was better this time because I could see everything clearly. It was black and white. I really appreciated the playback. I was so impressed that I could actually see how Ayana completed the pages. I think that was the best part for me. Next on the list was step 3, showing device options. I had a list of compatible devices ready and showed the parent my own device and stylus that the student had used. My setup also happens to be one of the most affordable options currently available to us, at least in South Africa. I also have this information in a PDF ready for them to take away. The guide also suggests having pages open in your browser that show current deals available for compatible devices. Now this brings us to step 4, discovering the features of the app. Let's have a look at the features that I like to focus on. I like to look at the playback function on my side. I like to explore the home screen with them, how we start studying, and what to do when you inevitably need to go to the toilet and use the pause function. I look at the toolbar and how easy it is to switch between the pencil and eraser function, how to submit work. Perhaps for an older student, I would look at the timer and reference functions. I would explore the study records and the study history together. And with the latest update, I can show them how they get stars on the days that they've studied. And the little ones just love these stars. I would also talk about the color blocks in terms of SCT. I'd show them how easily we switch between maths and English. I would look at the messaging function, the refresh button, how we would do corrections. There really are so many features to look at, and I will generally decide in the moment what I think is most valuable for the family based on what we've already discussed. It may not be necessary to show all of these functions, especially if you consider time, but I think it's also a good opportunity for the parent to see how their child will interact with the app. The best way to show parents the functions is actually by letting their child discover them live. Then they get to see how easily their child will manage their studies. At this point, I think I could even go as far as setting some relevant work so that the parent could see the work their child would actually do on the app. Now let's have a look at how I shared my instructional plan. I first set the starting points on ClassNavi, then created a simple study projection, editing the 6th and 12-month marks. Then I showed them the graph and had my paper reference library handy to show the worksheets based on the starting point and discuss my projection. Then, as normal, I shared my plans for initial instruction to develop work skills and study attitude. Now, if you're wondering, Ayana's mom decided to enroll her, but on paper, at least for now. Luca's parents also enrolled him on paper, but are likely to first sign up his brother for digital Kumon and then him. So what happens in such cases? What happens when I now want to look back at DTs that are not in their paper folders? Well, there's this fabulous little button on the student account list where we can change a student's status from active to inactive and vice versa. This means that even though I have deactivated Ayana and Luca's accounts, I can reactivate them at any time and still access their DTs to replay the pages where they wrote numbers, for example. Now, looking at this whole process, there were a couple of standout things for me, things that in my opinion were important. I believe that the whole process was no more or less effort compared to a traditional enrollment. There was perhaps a little more input involved by way of reading through and following the guide, but I still don't feel like that required a lot of effort. The guide is straightforward and easy to follow and gave me the confidence I needed to perform these digital enrollments. I really felt that both students engaged and interacted well with the app, particularly when they had the stylus in hand, as we saw with Luca. Some of the app features could be slightly more distracting for certain students. So from this perspective, I would possibly consider a paper DT for very young and energetic students like Luca. But then again, maybe it's also a case of me needing to work on my own skills to guide the students' focus. I also thoroughly enjoyed the feedback process. I loved that I could now show the parent their child's process, as opposed to just the results and an explanation of the process. As we heard from Ayana's mum, the playback was her favorite part. She could also see the value in understanding her daughter's process. Overall, I believe it was a positive experience for all parties, and Ayana even told me that she wants to do Kumon on the app every day. Now, I want to share just some of the benefits to digital enrollments. Whilst I believe the enrollments to be mostly similar in process and effort, as I've mentioned, to a paper-based enrollment, I've loved being able to give more concrete feedback to the families. Whilst I've always been able to show the results, it's so much better being able to show the process rather than just explaining it. And since process is such an important part of what we do, I feel that my feedback has improved overall. I also love how easy it is to create a projection right then and there. It feels like a much simpler and quicker process. On the admin side, I also love the accessibility aspect. I can prepare DTs for an enrollment from anywhere, as long as I have my computer or tablet and an internet connection. Furthermore, it now makes having an online enrollment an absolute breeze. There's no need to arrange paper DTs for an online enrollment in those cases. And although my last point relates to students, it's actually a benefit for me because students are so tech savvy these days. For each of my enrollments, there's been very little I've had to do to explain or show the features of the app to the student. Now, from the student's perspective, I feel that they get to experience learning in a new and exciting way. And I say learning because we talk about how DTs are the students' first study with us. Although schools are starting to introduce more technology into their students' days, a lot of learning, particularly at a foundation level and particularly in public schools here, is still done on paper. So now I come to Kumon and I'm presented with a tablet, something I'm probably already very comfortable with and excited to see, and I get to do this fun or somewhat intimidating worksheet on a tablet. But in fact, from that perspective, I think the diagnostic test can be a little less intimidating to students who come to an enrollment full of nerves. The excitement or curiosity they feel when presented with a tablet could override some of the nerves they're feeling. And in fact, I've already seen that with a very shy child who became a different child once I pulled out the iPad. He sat up straighter, his eyes lit up, and he immediately began to engage with the app. So I think there's a lot of potential to engage more students and draw out more than on paper, which ultimately benefits the student and me. Another benefit I'd say is for the child to see their parents' reactions. Think about the sense of pride a student feels when they see their parents' reactions to our feedback. Now think about how that feeling is intensified with improved feedback. It's also a more engaging time for them as they get to watch the playback of their own work. They might have the chance to even self-correct or keep learning, even during the feedback session. Lastly, being able to create a profile with the student's name already there and a custom welcome message completely enhances the experience for the student. Whilst we as instructors always strive for our students to experience the care and effort that we'll put into their studies, I think these small additions to the experience can have a great impact for the student. I've already mentioned how I feel my feedback has improved, and I think that's possibly the greatest benefit for the parent. They get a deeper understanding of what I'm sharing and more insight into their child's thought process. I think this gives them a clearer picture when I start to show the worksheets and explain some of the focal points and what my plan is for their child's comfortable starting point. I also think, in terms of convincing families to sign up for Digital Kumon, that seeing how their child interacts with the app and what results we see from it is one of the best ways to do this. I've noticed that many parents have misgivings about the app because they don't want their child to just press some buttons, but they want them to actively learn and engage with the work. But it's only when they see the app in action that they understand it provides what they're looking for. I think this process also shows parents that Kumon is at the cutting edge of education and isn't being left behind by EduTech. While some parents are really happy for the traditional paper to pencil methodology, some are more eager to embrace the future. With digital enrollments, I can show them that, in fact, the Kumon app brings together the best of both worlds. After these digital enrollments, I reflected on how I might try to convince a reluctant parent in the future, as I have no doubt I'll see many more of them. But I think the most effective tool would be case studies, small snippets of students at various stages working on the app to show parents how it's actually no different from, or even better than, paper study. Along with these case studies, I could gather reviews from parents and students who are currently using the app. Currently, most of my digital students first studied on paper and then moved over. So these reviews, I think, will be extremely valuable in this process, as they'll be able to highlight the positive changes they've experienced. Lastly, if neither of these manages to convince them, I'm just going to keep at it. I'll keep talking about the app in class and sharing the success of those using it. I'll keep sending out my marketing material and subtly drawing attention to it in my general communication. And when I keep talking about it in class, maybe we'll get some more nagging from the students. Sometimes, while students are quick off the mark to embrace new technologies and changes, I think parents are a little more cautious, and I can respect that. But now, digital enrollment doesn't just benefit the family from the start. At the start, it provides permanent digital data that can be reviewed in progress meetings or at the end of a level. Take, for example, Julia, a grade 9 student who started with me at the end of August. She had a completely digital enrollment on Zoom. Whilst the M2 DT was her school grade level, I quickly realized that it was too high. She was very concerned about the division and fractions in the P5, so then I gave her the P3 instead. And at least I could still see some attempt at division, but get a good understanding of her ability to calculate the basic operations. From the P3, she got a 3A71 starting point. She has absolutely loved working on the app during her DT, and was thrilled that she would be able to keep up with her studies, even with transport challenges and not being able to get to the center very often. She is still able to attend Zoom classes, but the app meant that no one has to collect worksheets for her. Now that she's been with me for a bit, she loves that she can access Kumon worksheets while she's in school and complete a quick set between classes or during a break. I want to show you a comparison of her P3 DT versus her 3A and 2A ATs. I have sped up these videos to save some time, but you should still get a general sense of how she's done. She was still very nervous even completing the P3, but she was still able to answer quite accurately, even if it was with hesitation. She used multiple methods to calculate, including using her fingers, counting up, and even sometimes using vertical addition and subtraction to calculate the expressions. She was still quite unsure when we finally got to the division, but as you may see, she eventually used multiplication to try and figure out the answers. She completed the P3 in 16 minutes and achieved a score of 62. By comparison, when she completed the 3A AT 11 days later, she did it with more conviction, using the number combinations, relying on the page if she was unsure, barely making a mistake, and no sign of finger counting. She completed her 3A AT in 2.6 minutes with a score of 79 out of 80. And 10 days after that, she completed the 2A AT in 3.1 minutes and got a score of 98 out of 100. You might be able to gauge from the playback that this was also done with great confidence and accuracy. And after closer analysis, I sent her feedback, talking to her about her results and looking a little bit deeper at the at her results, she was actually 0.09 seconds faster on average per sum on the 2A achievement test compared to the 3A achievement test. When I told her her 3-minute results, it didn't really inspire much of a reaction from her, but the comparison per sum, that she was quite impressed with. If I consider what I've learned from this experience, self-improvement is necessary. Whilst I believe that the digital enrollments I've performed were largely successful, I could clearly see the potential for growth. I also learned that it's a lot easier than I expected. I was apprehensive when first approached, but it turned out to be an enjoyable experience. You know how sometimes our students can be reluctant to try something, but once they get over that hurdle and just do it, they realize they were capable all along? Well, that's the exact experience I had. And the enrollment guide was my best friend and actually made the process feel effortless. So would I do it again? Absolutely. And I have. 3 months later, I'm still following this process, albeit more naturally. My process has already changed as I'm learning more about myself, the app capabilities, and my students. And now I've had 1 more student sign up since then. I think digital enrollments really open the door for digital study growth. If I want to encourage more families to invest in digital study, I think this is one of the best ways I can do it. I know that I need to work on my own skills and improve my ability, but I guess I'll just have to keep trying or I'll never discover my true potential. But overall, my primary objective is to pursue the potential of children, and I think that digital enrollments have enabled me to pursue their potential with more clarity and improved confidence, and I can't wait to see where this path is going to take me.
Thank you, Siobhan, for being an inspiration for all of us. I am sure that from next week, we will see plenty of instructors following your steps and considering digital enrollments as a way to boost the number of new students working with Digital Kumon. We will now be having a short break to reflect on what we have seen and heard so far. So please do not leave the conference call, but instead turn off your cameras until we are ready to reconvene the meeting. This break will be approximately 15 minutes, so please make sure that you return at 10:20 UK and Portugal time, 11:20 Central Europe time, 12:20 Middle East time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah.
Kea App, as a new instructor for me, has just enabled me to learn more of the program as well as learning from the students. And the more I click on those amazing features of Kea App, the more I discover more about the children.
If you have this Kea App, it helps you improve on your schoolwork. You can do everything on it. It's on the actual paper.
Once I tried the tablet, I realized that really there's not much difference at all. My biggest plus is the transparency. I see exactly what's happening every day with the student. I'm thrilled to be on the computer at 7 in the morning and see a student on the tablet. You see it right away and you're like, yes, they're doing the cool and right.
I find it more child-friendly because they are really looking forward to doing their work on Kea App.
Let me know.
We get our messages very quickly, and I like it because I can look back on my work, how many I did correct and how many I did wrong.
Die Kinder lieben es, mit dem iPad zu arbeiten. Und durch die Ansicht auf dem iPad können sie sehen, wie gut sie sind, in welchem Stand sie sind. Und sie können sogar Highscores aufstellen und sich motivieren, noch besser zu werden.
Also mir gefällt es sehr gut, weil ich dann schneller und konzentrierter arbeiten kann und ich dann auch noch mal, man hat ja dann den Ring am Ende, kann ich auch sehen, wie weit ich gekommen bin. Mein Ziel ist, dass ich schneller und besser werde.
Man muss die CD nicht aus dem Buch holen, sondern man kann einfach das Englisch anmachen und Englisch anhören. Man muss nicht bei den Promotion die Blätter abholen, sondern nur sein Tablet holen.
Doing the corrections immediately instead of having to wait till they come to the center. That's another very big positive.
We still do admin on the tablet. There's still marking, you still have to prep. The time is just, there's a total different time in sitting with 20 students back where you have to mark, record everything. Compared to doing 20 students on the tablet. I would love to have the whole center on the tablet just for that advantage.
Previously with the worksheets, as the parent, you get to correct it and mark it. That itself is time consuming, but with the app, they can do regular work on a daily basis, knowing that they'll be marked, and then they'll know where they are and they can progress that way.
And the organization with the pages is just so much easier. It's just much more organized for everybody, for the student, for the parents, for the instructor.
Also mir gefällt das, weil ich finde iPad persönlich praktischer, weil ich bei Papier, da verliere ich schneller was. Das iPad verliert man nämlich nicht so schnell.
Ich finde es besser, weil du alles am Ort hast und musst nicht danach suchen.
Also ich sehe das Lerncenter in einem Jahr schon auf einer 100%-Quote der Kumon Tablet App, weil es viele Vorzüge hat. Der ganz große Vorteil ist einfach die Vielfalt, die ich den Eltern heutzutage anbieten kann.
You can use the playback function to see if they are following your instructions, and sometimes I need to replay to the student and say, this is what I can see and the way you do in your books, and I prefer for you to do it a better way. So that is one of the benefits of the tablet.
Ja, also auf Papier bin ich eher nicht so konzentriert wie auf dem iPad und meine Lust hält auch länger am iPad an als am Papier.
The messaging feature and alongside the analysis makes Kea App such an amazing tool.
Back like I said, as much as I want, I can change it as often as I want and so easily. That's definitely been one of the greatest advantages.
For the student, they're still doing their worksheets. They still have to do maths that's hard. So I think for them in the beginning, it feels like a whole different platform. Everything is new but in the end, it comes down to still doing Kea the way Kea has been done for many years.
Also mich motiviert es, wenn ich schnell vorankomme und schnell, also auf meinem Klassenniveau bin. Und ich möchte schneller, besser und halt mein Klassenniveau erreichen. Und ich hoffe, dass Anna mich nicht einholt.
Give it a go. That's what we say to our Kumon kids.
With many parents coming in, that is one of their concerns. Oh, no, you want paper because you want them to be writing. But when I showed them that, look, this is writing, it's the exact same, you hold it in this pencil, and they try it themselves, and then they agree.
We witnessed the benefits of it, that they were excited, they wanted to do it, and they've actually made immense strides because of this.
I'm hoping that the number of students on the app will continue to increase. So I'm hoping that over time we will get as many digital students as possible. That would be the dream.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had time to rest a little bit and recharge your batteries for our second presentation. Now it's time for Anna Bla from Sant Cugat Study Center to share her experience with the Kumon Global Grading Center. Anna has been a Kumon instructor for the last 14 years, and she began with digital Kumon last March. In July, she began to take part in the Kumon Global Grading Center project when she already had more than 50 digital students. Anna will explain to us the changes she has introduced in her center after being selected to be part of the Kumon Global Grading Center project, and how this has benefited her students and their parents from day one. Please, for non-Spanish speakers, please change your channel for interpretation. We will give you some seconds before beginning with Anna's presentation. Anna, please. We are more than ready to listen to you.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Ana Pla y soy orientadora de Kumon desde 2008. Aunque mi recorrido en Kumon empieza antes, a los 15 años, como alumna. Sí, a mí también me costaban las matemáticas. Suspendía, desconectaba en clase y empecé en Kumon y poco a poco fui superando los obstáculos que se me van proponiendo. Ese pequeño reto diario me hizo ver que podía con las matemáticas, que podía con lo que fuese. A día de hoy, todos en mayor o menor medida habéis escuchado hablar de Kumon Digital. En la anterior presentación nos han hablado sobre la matriculación en Kumon App. Y desde la matriculación iniciamos el ciclo de orientación y comunicación. Y parte de este ciclo es conocer la situación de aprendizaje del alumno a partir de la calificación de su trabajo. Así que yo hoy os voy a compartir mi experiencia y aprendizajes desde mis inicios en Kumon Digital. Y os voy a hablar sobre KGGC, el Centro de Calificación Global de Kumon, y de los beneficios que ofrece, tanto en la orientación de los alumnos como en la comunicación con ellos y sus familias, provocando así una mejora en la forma de estudio de nuestros alumnos. Empecé mi experiencia con Kumon Digital a finales de marzo de 2022, con 5 alumnos. Desde el primer momento, alumnos y equipo estábamos muy entusiasmados con el proyecto. El feedback recibido por las familias estaba siendo muy bueno y eso nos motivaba a seguir mejorando y creciendo. En la diapositiva podéis ver la evolución del número de alumnos trabajando en digital desde mayo a septiembre. Según los últimos informes de septiembre, podéis ver el número y porcentaje de alumnos en digital y por programa, y la evolución en estos meses del porcentaje de alumnos respecto del total. En la siguiente diapositiva vemos estos datos desglosados por programa. Las barras de color indican la evolución del número de alumnos en digital en cada programa en estos meses. Y la línea azul, el porcentaje que representan esos alumnos con respecto al total. Cerramos septiembre con el 75% de alumnos de matemáticas y el 100% de alumnos de EFL trabajando en digital. En la actualidad, el porcentaje de matemáticas es del 81%. El 1 de mayo de 2022 abrimos el proceso de matriculación para todos los alumnos, tanto de dentro como de fuera del centro. En el proceso de matriculación hice incidencia en aquellas familias que creía que se podían beneficiar de Kumon Digital. Las que solo asistían un día a la semana a clase para así realizar un mayor seguimiento, las que nunca calificaban para que los niños aprendiesen antes de sus errores y pudiesen avanzar más, los alumnos que estaban más desmotivados. Todo ello para así poder ser más precisos en nuestra orientación y motivación al poder disponer de más información de su trabajo en casa. Por otra parte, se acercaba el verano y queríamos tener el máximo de alumnos posible trabajando en tablet antes de las vacaciones. Hacer ver a las familias las ventajas que suponía no tener que cargar con un pack de verano, con la posibilidad de ajustar la programación a las necesidades de los alumnos, la posibilidad de ofrecer un feedback más frecuente y completo a familia y alumno, el hecho de que ya no tuvieran que dedicar tiempo a la calificación del trabajo diario de sus hijos. Esta argumentación hizo que las familias apostaran por el cambio. Previamente, habíamos abierto una lista de espera debido a la alta demanda de matriculación en digital, pero tuvimos que acelerar la incorporación de los alumnos para que, cuando se fueran de vacaciones de verano, ya estuviesen habituados a trabajar con Kumon Digital y así poder dejar resueltas todas las dudas técnicas y con un buen dominio por parte de los alumnos de la aplicación, listos para aprovechar sus ventajas de cara al autoaprendizaje. Pasamos de calificar a 5 alumnos de digital a finales de marzo a 70 a finales de mayo y subiendo. Esto implicaba calificación de material, visualización de los procedimientos que realizaba el alumno, mensajes a los alumnos para dar orientaciones sobre el material. Hasta el 30 de junio calificamos todo el centro. Con 5 alumnos estaba bien, incluso 20, 30, pero a partir de 50 era más complicado, porque podíamos calificar los cuadernillos, pero no teníamos tiempo para analizar nada, ni utilizar la función de playback o comunicarnos con familias. Nos limitábamos a poner los símbolos donde se encontraban los errores sin poder ahondar en cómo resolvía el herramienta material, una de las grandes ventajas que nos ofrece Kumon App frente a los cuadernillos de papel. Pasé de tener a una asistente implicada en Kumon Digital a 3, para así poder mantener la calidad con la que habíamos empezado y que sabía que con Kumon Digital podíamos ofrecer a las familias. Junto con mi coordinador, vimos que la organización, tal y como la teníamos planteada, empezaba a ser inviable. Y me comentó la posibilidad de que los cuadernos se calificaran a través del KGGC. Ahí vimos la oportunidad de mantener la calidad que habíamos expuesto a las familias, a partir de una mejora de orientación que influiría en la evolución de nuestros alumnos. Desde el pasado 1 de julio, el centro entró a formar parte de los centros calificados por el KGGC. La calificación nos permitía aprovechar la posibilidad de hacer una valoración diaria del trabajo calificado de nuestros alumnos, al que podíamos acceder a través del ClassNavi, que nos permitía mejorar nuestra orientación para una mejor evolución del alumno. Poder revisar los vídeos de ciertos alumnos con la función playback, en ciertos cuadernos, en ciertos momentos de aprendizaje, nos pareció muy valioso. Antes de la calificación de KGCC, los cuadernos de casa que no podíamos observar eran hojas con ejercicios, operaciones y números que estaban bien o mal. Pero ahora podíamos acceder a hechos concretos que nos hacían plantearnos las maneras de pensar del alumno, sus estrategias de aprendizaje, y podíamos invertir nuestro tiempo en ese análisis. Toda la información que nos dan los vídeos del playback repercute de manera inmediata en el alumno, tanto cuando lo orientamos con mensajes de Kumon digital como cuando viene al centro. Y esa información también nos permite incidir en la familia de una manera más inmediata. Si un alumno lleva más de 2 días sin realizar el cuaderno, si hay formas de estudio que debe mejorar u orientaciones que ha logrado incorporar. Comunicarnos con el alumno o la familia para darles esa información, elogiarlos, nos da credibilidad y profesionalidad tanto al método como a sus orientadores. En cuanto a cómo ha vivido el equipo la incorporación de la calificación del KGCC cuando comenzamos a trabajar con Kumon Digital, una de mis asistentes, Susana, calificaba a los alumnos que trabajaban en taller. El ver cómo trabajaban los alumnos gracias a la función playback y poder realizar una orientación más consciente le gustaba mucho. Pero a veces no podía desarrollar al máximo esa orientación en los alumnos debido a que la calificación le llevaba mucho tiempo. Fue a partir de julio, al hacerse cargo de la calificación el KGCC, que percibió que podía incidir más en la orientación, al disponer de más información sobre el trabajo de los alumnos y los procesos que seguían en su resolución. Susana se encarga de trabajar con los alumnos vía Zoom. Poder ver por la mañana los resultados que los alumnos habían conseguido el día anterior y con los que iba a trabajar esa tarde, le pareció una excelente manera de mejorar su propia orientación. Al poder observar con anterioridad cómo trabaja el alumno, interpretar cómo piensa y así poder orientar con intención. Por ejemplo, una tarde que un alumno tiene uno o varios cuadernos pausados para nuestra revisión, puede estar viendo el cuaderno que ha realizado el alumno en su pantalla, mientras puede orientarle si no es capaz de ver el error que ha cometido, hecho que hace que el ciclo de aprendizaje sea mucho más rápido y satisfactorio para el alumno. Durante el mes de julio, organizamos con el equipo cómo íbamos a aprovechar los beneficios de Kumon Digital en el trabajo y evolución de verano. Era una novedad ver cómo trabajaban nuestros alumnos, estuvieran donde estuvieran. Acceder a la información sobre sus procesos en la resolución y poder darles un empujón en su evolución y motivación en verano. Una época en la que hasta ahora los encargados de supervisar y motivar a los alumnos eran su propia familia y ahora podíamos compartir con ellos el día a día. Así que en agosto realizamos seguimiento de los alumnos diariamente de lunes a viernes durante la primera quincena de agosto y en días alternos las 2 últimas semanas. Nos centramos en comprobar que los alumnos hubiesen realizado su trabajo y en revisar y reajustar programación, mandándoles los mensajes de felicitación por estar trabajando e incidiendo en algunos puntos de orientación. Pero a lo que no prestamos tanta atención era si resolvían o no las correcciones o cómo. Así que se nos acumularon alumnos con correcciones que no iban al día. Le dimos más importancia a la motivación de trabajar en verano y en reajustar programación, pero no éramos conscientes que ese reajuste iba ligado a si el alumno era autónomo a la hora de resolver sus propios errores. No estábamos aprovechando todo lo que el KGCC nos proporcionaba. Así que a la vuelta de verano decidimos cambiar la dinámica, focalizando la orientación del alumno en el tipo de errores que cometía y que le permitirían mejorar su aprendizaje y desarrollar su capacidad y así poder avanzar de una manera mucho más autónoma. Para ello, repartí los alumnos que trabajaban con Kumon Digital en grupos para que cada una de mis asistentes y yo misma nos focalizásemos más en los alumnos con correcciones pendientes, ya fuese porque se las saltaban o porque tenían problemas a la hora de resolver cierto contenido o hacerlo de una manera más eficiente. Ahora, cuando llegamos al centro por las mañanas, empezamos revisando los alumnos que ese día realizan el cuadernillo con nosotras, sea de manera presencial o por Zoom, para así primero prestar atención a los posibles cuadernos que tengan en pausa y ver si son errores de cálculo, falta de comprensión del concepto o tema de estudio, procedimiento, sistema de estudio. Todo ello nos permite marcar un objetivo concreto con una intención concreta a la hora de entrar al alumno. Y así, cuando llega al centro o se conecta al Zoom, incidimos de una manera más directa en esos errores. Para así, cuando realice el cuaderno de día, pueda trabajar de una manera más autónoma y segura. Y como lo primero que hacen cuando empiezan a trabajar con Kumon App es leer nuestros mensajes, elogios del tamaño de números, el haber realizado operaciones en orden o procedimientos eficientes, también remarcamos en estos mensajes el objetivo del día, para que termine la sesión mejor que cuando ya ha empezado. Antes de formar parte del KGGC, no podíamos incidir de una manera tan directa y día a día en la orientación y comunicación con nuestros alumnos y familias. Actualmente podemos centrarnos en revisar y observar el trabajo del alumno, sus errores y procesos con más frecuencia que antes, siempre que lo consideremos oportuno y así ser más eficientes. Ofrecer a los padres, que cada día tienen menos tiempo para supervisar los cuadernos, un mejor servicio, una imagen más digna de lo que realmente es Kumon y de todo lo que podemos ofrecer en el aprendizaje y desarrollo de habilidades en nuestros alumnos. Después de estos primeros meses de trabajo con Kumon Digital y el KGGC, nuestro balance está siendo positivo también en cuanto a los efectos que pensamos que ha tenido en el número de alumnos de los meses de verano. Es el primero de los 3 últimos veranos que tenemos incremento neto positivo, de -1 en los meses de julio y agosto de 2020, pasamos a -14 en 2021 y a +7 este mismo año. Si analizo el impacto del KGGC en los alumnos, pienso en aquellos que todos tenemos en nuestros centros y que no tienen una calificación diaria, y de los cuales nosotros no siempre podemos supervisar todas las tareas que traen sin calificar ni corregir, o aquellos a los que sí, pero no califican de una manera precisa. Esos alumnos, gracias al KGGC, están avanzando más y mejor, al tomar una mayor conciencia de qué hacen y cómo, al tenernos a nosotros detrás de su trabajo diario y progreso, al recibir elogios y orientaciones concretas que hacen que desarrollen su potencial antes y mejor. En el centro trabajamos con nuestros alumnos, vengan 1 o 2 días a la semana al centro, sea presencial, por Zoom o alumnos a distancia. Les observamos, interpretamos sus procesos de aprendizaje y orientamos con una intención concreta. Y gracias a Kumon Digital, todos reciben nuestras orientaciones y elogios a través de los mensajes individualizados que les enviamos durante la semana a revisar su trabajo. Con ello, intentamos que estos alumnos se sientan motivados y únicos. Con Kumon Digital y la calificación de KGGC, este método actualmente es más individualizado que nunca. Estamos aprendiendo de nuestra orientación gracias a cómo perciben los alumnos la calificación que realizan desde el KGGC. ¿Quién de vosotros no ha corregido el cuaderno de un alumno en el que el número 10 parecía un 16 porque el 0 no estaba bien acabado y no lo hemos contado como error? O ante un alumno que no pone el punto final En los ejercicios del programa de Common English lo hemos dejado sin calificar como error. En estos aspectos, el KGGC es muy riguroso. Y al principio los alumnos no entendían por qué se los ponía como error, algo que desde su punto de vista era correcto. Ante la queja de alguno de nuestros alumnos, lo que hicimos fue explicarles que no éramos nosotras que nos corregíamos los cuadernos, que la persona que les corregía no les conoce y que lo que valora es la relación con que el resultado sea o no correcto. Si no entiende la respuesta ante la duda, la marca como error. Así que debían esforzarse para que el señor de Vietnam entendiera sus números o letras y así evitara errores. Si observamos las siguientes citas de los principios de orientación, podemos leer lo siguiente. Calificar con rigor. Tanto el orientador como los asistentes deben cuidarse de calificar de forma rigurosa, según indica el libro corrector, pues los errores en la calificación pueden hacer que el alumno y la familia pierdan la confianza en el orientador. Alumnos con caligrafía difícil de descifrar. El orientador debe hacer que el alumno vuelva a escribir los números o letras que resultan difíciles de descifrar. Hay que asegurarse de hacerlo de forma que no pierdan la motivación al aprender. Casos como estos nos están haciendo plantear nuestra orientación a partir de la calificación del KGGC, porque hay casos en los que posiblemente podríamos ser más precisos en la calificación en beneficio del aprendizaje del alumno y explicarle por qué es importante que trabajen de una manera concreta. O en situaciones como la relacionada con la caligrafía difícil de descifrar, nosotros podemos aportar el toque cercano y personal para lograr que el alumno no pierda motivación para aprender, tal y como se plantea en la cita anterior. Os voy a mostrar dos casos de cómo Common App y la corrección del KGGC nos permiten mejorar nuestra orientación y motivar a los alumnos, sobre todo en verano, época en la que no podemos observarles tan a menudo, donde baja la motivación y ello causa gran parte de las bajas que tenemos a la vuelta de vacaciones. Tenemos el caso de Janice, un alumno de primero de primaria que se matriculó justo antes de vacaciones de verano y empezó a trabajar desde el primer día con Common App. Poder observar cómo iba avanzando y trabajando durante el verano, su primer verano con Common, ir mandándole los mensajes en momentos concretos, con objetivos concretos, le hizo trabajar súper motivado. Y todos sabemos que el verano no es nada fácil.
¿Quieres que te deje? Mira, ahora se oye mejor aquí. ¿Quieres que te deje?
También tenemos el caso de Paula. Primer verano también. Aun estando por debajo de X, empezaba en pleno agosto con las divisiones del C161. Algo que ya había visto en el colegio, pero que no había trabajado tal y como se pide en Common. Justo antes de realizarlas no se le dio ningún tipo de orientación para así poder ver cómo resolvía por sí sola el material. Y gracias a Common App pudimos observar lo siguiente, de forma inmediata y realizando una orientación concreta. Como podéis observar, ella sola pasó de realizar los pasos intermedios a dejar de usarlos en cuanto entendió el procedimiento que se le pedía. Es por ello que se le elogió por su aprendizaje y se le animó a seguir trabajando así a medida que fuera avanzando hasta el C191. La calificación del trabajo de los alumnos por parte del KGGC proporciona una información inmediata para el orientador, que toma conciencia diaria de la situación de aprendizaje del alumno, la programación y orientación para desarrollar al máximo sus habilidades día a día. Y nos permite dar un feedback al alumno sobre qué es capaz de hacer y qué debe mejorar, ya que la calificación diaria no solo nos permite ver si el resultado es correcto o incorrecto, sino revisar procesos y pasos eficientes que nos indican la capacidad del alumno y cómo desarrollarla para que siga entrenando su autodidactismo día a día. Y esa corrección nos lleva a poder comunicar objetivos concretos en momentos concretos a la familia, con una inmediatez que el papel no nos permite. El poder mostrar a las familias la reproducción del trabajo de sus hijos te permite compartir la información muy fácilmente. Por ejemplo, cuando le muestras cómo su hijo está haciendo las operaciones en un orden incorrecto. Lo ven rápidamente y te dicen, ya hablaré con él, no te preocupes, y te lo agradecen mucho. Y al día siguiente te dicen que ya han hablado con su hijo para que lo haga en el orden correcto. Esto añade valor a nuestro trabajo y al servicio que reciben e incrementa la satisfacción de las familias. El periodo de tiempo que necesitas para darte cuenta de que hay un problema con ese alumno, trabajarlo en clase y que la familia sea consciente de ello es tan corto. Los padres están muy agradecidos y escriben para darnos las gracias. Esto es algo que nos ha pasado muchas veces este verano. Recibir textos diciendo muchas gracias por vuestra atención y por ser tan rápidas. También se sabe que conoces a su hijo y sabes lo que pasa sin ni siquiera venir a clase. Una de mis frases favoritas cuando explico a los padres los beneficios de Kumon Digital es: con Kumon Digital es como si tu hijo viniera a clase cada día. Esto les da más confianza porque puedes tener mucha información para seguir el desarrollo en tus alumnos y esto demuestra nuestra profesionalidad a las familias. Desde el punto de vista de una familia, cuando les dices que ya no tienen que calificar, sus caras se llenan de alegría. ¿De verdad que yo no tengo que hacerlo? Sienten que no tienen que perder el tiempo en calificar y ese tiempo lo pueden invertir en otras cosas. Desde el inicio de la pandemia, hace ya 2 años y medio, han surgido en el mercado nuevos métodos de aprendizaje que se añaden a la competencia que ya había ido apareciendo a lo largo de los últimos años. Los métodos que más utilizan las últimas tecnologías son los que más atraen a los alumnos potenciales. Son una generación 100% tecnológica, que parece que han nacido con un móvil o con una tablet debajo del brazo. Pero ninguno de estos métodos ofrece una evaluación hecha por personas que valora lo que el alumno es capaz de hacer, cómo lo hace y considera su potencial, y que de una manera individualizada informa a alumno y familia en qué punto estamos del aprendizaje y cómo seguir trabajando los objetivos marcados para ese alumno en concreto. Además de que otros métodos no tienen nuestros mismos objetivos. El KGGC suma el valor humano de Kumon que nuestra competencia no tiene. Nos permite ofrecer una calidad que irá de boca en boca hacia nuestras familias potenciales. Y Kumon App ofrecerá un aprendizaje para toda la vida a estos alumnos, con un equipo humano en los centros que revaloriza todos los beneficios de Kumon Digital, haciendo sentir al alumno protagonista de su aprendizaje diario con el método. En esta diapositiva podéis ver una imagen de mi centro hace 8 años y de la actualidad. Hace 8 años nuestros alumnos podían trabajar los programas de matemáticas y lectura exclusivamente en modalidad presencial y en papel. En la actualidad, nuestros alumnos trabajan, además del programa de inglés como lengua extranjera, la modalidad de presencialidad que deseen y trabajar en papel o tablet. Veamos unos segundos de mis alumnos en el centro en ambas fechas. Todos los que aquí estamos presentes hemos vivido en algún momento de nuestra etapa en Kumon cambios a nivel de formación, introducción de nuevos programas, cambios de niveles. Pero marzo de 2020 fue un punto de inflexión en nuestras vidas. Nos provocó un cambio mucho más profundo que cualquiera que hubiésemos vivido hasta ese momento en Kumon. Lo que conocíamos como normalidad, nuestro día a día en el centro, cambió absolutamente y nos adaptamos para poder seguir ofreciendo a nuestros alumnos y familias todo lo que Kumon les podía ofrecer, pero ya no como conocíamos hasta entonces. Zoom se convirtió en la herramienta que nos permitía seguir orientando, motivando y realizando el seguimiento del alumno en su modalidad online o híbrida. Hoy, con Kumon Digital, damos un paso más allá. Kumon Digital es nuestra nueva normalidad en sus diferentes modalidades de presencialidad. Un futuro que ya es presente y que permite que nuestros alumnos disfruten del aprendizaje. Con Kumon Digital, tanto ellos como su familia pueden ser partícipes de todo lo que Kumon les ofrece, de una manera más activa, sintiéndose respaldados por el orientador, día a día, gracias a las ventajas ya mencionadas. Kumon Digital, junto con la calificación del KGGC, nos está ofreciendo una nueva oportunidad de mejorar el método que ofrecemos a nuestros alumnos y de disfrutar aún más de nuestro trabajo, siendo testigos de su aprendizaje y acompañándolos en este camino. Muchas gracias.
That was so inspirational, Anna. Thank you for letting us discover the benefits of KGGC from the student perspective, as well as the parents, your team's perspectives too. You have made important changes that you are already adding value to the Kumon method and the service your centre is giving to your families. We next have our UK&I company-owned centre's digital class instructor, Almas Hussain, here to speak to you today. Almas joined Kumon in 2019 as class assistant, before becoming a senior class assistant in 2020. Since February of this year, she has been the instructor of the digital class at the company-owned centre. And today she will give us a report on the experiments which have been running this year and the operational changes that have come about with digital. I'm now going to pause again for you to adjust your translations to the necessary language. Thank you, and Almas, over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Almas, and I'm the digital class instructor at the company-owned centre in London, Ealing Dickens Yard. I'm going to give you a brief report on an experiment that is running at the centre, namely to have a dedicated digital space and to separate all operations related to digital. First, here is the evolution of digital Kumon at the centre. App Study was piloted in February 2021. 20 students were granted use of a Samsung tablet in order to do their worksheets at home and in Zoom classes during a time of lockdowns. We were then part of the online study task force of 9 centres in the UK and Ireland. The tablets were lent out again, plus students who had their own tablets could also now study, and we gifted compatible stylus pens to those with iPads. Thanks to some promotional events, such as Give It a Go sessions, conducting all enrolments on digital since September last year, and the support of KGGC to remove home marking, we have since grown to 75 students. We have made a dedicated space for the digital students, eliminating worksheet shelves and marking stations in order to really measure the impact digital has. This was the space when the idea was first conceptualized. This is the space in use. We have a big screen for Zoom class, and all the students can see each other for a one classroom feel. As previously mentioned, we have started a new experiment since Tuesday this week, which will run all this month of November. We have tablets available in the centre for selected paper students, approximately 26 in all, to do their classwork on the app, even if they do their homework on paper. We are targeting 50% to convert to digital by the end of the experiment through students loving the confetti, the stars on their study calendar, and the replay, and from explaining to parents how they will not need to homework, showing the replay, and experiencing how much feedback and communication can be possible with the app. We've differentiated between the center IDs for paper and digital via the B reports in order to analyze and make comparisons. I'm fully aware as franchised centers, you would not be making a split, nor are we recommending you do. The reason we have done this is to simply analyze this ourselves and be able to confidently say to franchisees what happens when you have students studying on tablet and to provide you with concrete data. So far, we have found the average number of repetitions has decreased from 4 to 2.5 in a comparison between March and August. The average number of worksheets studied increased at the center since March, up from 116 worksheets then to 140 in September. The average progress made by students is also up, from 34.9 worksheets progress per month to 45.5. Staffing-wise, until 50 students, it was just me, and now there is one other assistant. In the original plan, the staff-to-student ratio was 1 to 50, and I worried, how would I be able to look at all the students, and how would I still offer quality? But it's not been an issue after all. During the course of our experiment, we had some unexpected outcomes. One surprise was the take-up of digital amongst existing students. At 75, digital student numbers aren't as high as we'd like it. We have been overtaken by a few of you. So we have put more effort into Give It a Go sessions, and we'll be experimenting with paper students doing all their classwork on a tablet, even if they do homework on paper. Another surprise was the conversion rate of enrollments. We've been tracking the enrollments since March this year. Despite doing all digital enrollments, in other words, no paper DTs, since September last year, we had months where no one selected tablet study. From a take-up rate of 6% in March and 0% in April, we are now happily at 44%. Obviously, everyone in the area hasn't miraculously gotten tablets over that time. The customers haven't changed. We didn't know all the answers to their questions before, but now we do. So it's us that's changed. Analyzing the choices made by students and parents regarding classes, we were pleasantly surprised to find that tablet students still mainly opted for attending center or did a mix of Zoom class and in-center class. Only one student did Zoom class only. Digital has brought more efficient center operations, evolution in the use of my time, and value added to the student study. Through all of this, I've been surprised at how much easier aspects of class have become and really developed myself as an instructor. In terms of efficient center operations, by reducing wasteful time, administrative tasks have given way to value-added ones. We monitored how long each activity took in the paper class and in digital in comparison. On screen, you can see all the things done before digital and what is not applicable with digital. And when I look at which tasks added value to the students in the past, which you can see with the ticks, there wasn't much. It was more for our internal administration's sake that we did a lot of those things, such as putting all the homework in order and seeing if it's been marked or not, or erasing and redating the worksheets after adjusting the setting. As I mentioned, there are now 2 of us working in center. We now make use of the class notes function in the instructor app to share goals, class observations, and setting ideas after each class, so we can both be fully aware of a student's study situation. These key notes mean we can give unified feedback and instruction to a student. The way I spend my time has changed so drastically. You can see at the top how I spent my time before digital, setting before class, and squeezing in parent communication when I could. And at the bottom, how I spend it now, on much higher value activities. Let me give you a couple of examples. The biggest shift is in parent communication, which we know is extremely precious. Before digital, I had approximately an hour and 30 minutes a week to communicate with families. I now have 3 hours throughout the week dedicated to feedback and communication. At my individual parent communication meetings with all families in April over Zoom, I could share my screen and show them Class Navi. As I explained the scores and SCT total completion times in comparison, I saw the understanding set in, and it's never been easier for parents to see what I see. We've also adjusted the class times, as you can also see on screen. I wanted to use class time more efficiently by eliminating time slots with fewer students spread out. Once 13.5 hours a week, class time is now 10.5 hours a week at no cost to the students. As the students no longer need to find their folder when they come in or change over their homework, they are ready to start studying as fast as 20 seconds of arriving, and so their time is used more valuably. With these changes presenting a more efficient and streamlined class, I can actually run a smooth hybrid class on my own with Zoom on screen and students in center. Using a wireless headset, I can hear the Zoom students all the time, and I am always present for both groups of students. I never would have thought that was possible on my own before. With digital, the marking of work is faster and marking of corrections is faster. With Kumon Global Grading Center, KGGC, marking overnight, this means that we have been able to eliminate home marking completely at the center. Because of KGGC's marking support, other than the obvious logistical benefit, I can redirect my time to grasp the real story of student studying. With KGGC pausing certain cases for my attention, I can straight away see the students who I need to review. I can reflect on who is appearing there, why, how often, and what to do about each case. For Riyadh here, he was struggling on paper level H. When KGGC first started marking for my center, he appeared on the paused marking list every day due to the number of attempts at corrections, which was a bit stressful. He often only changed something small or didn't change anything and just hit submit. Having studied what types of mistakes he was making, what he could and couldn't grasp, we looked at all level G worksheets and came up with a study plan together. I then started to see a difference, that he didn't just write any line for a graph and submit it, but rather tried to get his corrections to 100%, and he appeared on the paused marking list far less. My setting has changed a lot with digital. With paper, we would only know which worksheets had been studied once they had been brought back to the center, but now I get to see purely the work that has been completed. I can now spend much more valuable time reviewing all my students' work, analyzing their records, such as the number of correction attempts shown by the dots and underlines, the average of the last 10 worksheets studied, and the last studied dates. I can reflect on my setting and changing it if necessary easily, without waiting to see the child on their next class day. As a result of these changes to center operation and the use of my time, the students are experiencing greater value added to their study. I have found that they have much more knowledge of their own work. Seeing everything in the app has given them a better understanding of why they are on the current set and what their goals are. I encourage new students to show their parents their record sheets, as it is so easy to access their records and it is such a memorable moment, they feel pride and enjoy looking for themselves. All students are choosing to look at them in class. They can't seem to wait until they get home. They are excited and want to check and show me. The motivation has gone up and given them so much more ownership of their work. That gives me a lot of job satisfaction too. As I mentioned, students are doing more worksheets and with fewer repeats. In addition, they are even studying more regularly.
Every day, you got one every single day.
See how carefully and meaningfully he counted every single star with such pride. I know you might not be able to have a 100% digital space, but the purpose of reporting our findings to you today is imagine if you had 70%, 80%, even 90% digital students. Revisiting the original proposal for the digital class at Ealing Dickens Yard, it felt so alien to begin with, and now it just feels so normal. The larger your digital student numbers, the greater proportion of similar benefits you can experience. I really love my job and the opportunity to discover the potential even more in students thanks to digital. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Almas. Time is a concept that sometimes is underrated, and Kumon instructors are fully aware of the importance of time in their centers. Thank you, Almas, for sharing your experience with us and uncovering time and value, as the title of your presentation states.
It is now time to receive and listen carefully to Abiola Abiodun Tijani from the Kennington Study Centre in the UK. Abby has over 373 students in her centre and now has 119 digital Kumon students. Abby will share with us how her new normal embraces digital Kumon and has allowed her to find many benefits for her, her students, and her families. Abby, we can't wait to listen to you.
Abby, please, you have to unmute your microphone.
Very nervous. Okay, I'll start again. Hi, everybody. Just a bit nervous. When I started Kumon in 2009, I wanted 200 students in my first year. When I got to 160, I was gutted. Kumon has worked so well for my children, and I wanted the same for many others. I couldn't understand why I didn't got 200 signed up. When I set myself a target, I'm in business. This was my center at the start. These were my children then, and here's my center now. And here are my children now. A lot has changed. If I think what has been the main reason I got to the large digital numbers that I have, I think it's down to 4 main things. What I communicate to my parents now, the visibility of digital in my center, the appeal of digital once you can get the right message out there. My complete conviction, I believe completely in the app. I see it as the norm, and it makes such a difference. Let me give you a flavor of my center. I feel so proud of my students. I got the ASHR list the other week, and I had a student ranked #1 for all year 10, Ahmed. He's now an English completer. Femi ranked #2 for all year 8. He's now my 3rd maths completer. Femi actually has a condition. He can't move his fingers, and when he started Kumon in year 3, he had to learn to hold his pencil properly. I now have Lekum ranked #3 for all year 9. He's now at the beginning of O and will be my 4th completer. He started with me in reception, and he used to say, "What the?" And I'll say, "Don't finish your sentence." Now he's a tall, strapping lad. A couple of years ago in year 6, he wanted to give up and said, "What's the point? I'm just going to be a bus driver like my dad." And I told him, no, he can be anything. Now he's on track to complete. I'm now thinking of digital completers. So long as M, N, and O go onto the app, I think I'll have my first conversion to digital September 2024. Kelvin in year 7 on level J could be the first to complete. And I think I'll have my first new student enrolled on the app to complete by 2026. I have one student in mind, Bahezi. You will see a bit of him later. He's in year 4, and I would like him to complete by year 8. I think it will be a lot easier to complete on the digital, simply because a lot of students stop because of unproductive study habits that manifest, and it just becomes hard. There are some students who are very quiet, but you can see their work with digital, so you can address the problem straight away if they're not doing the works properly. There are also they also do a lot more work on the app. It's too soon to tell, but my gut instinct is about 2 or 3 times more than they would have done on paper. The instructor app, the Class Navi, can generate this kind of reports. I can already see the average number of worksheets completed by my digital students going up, even while the total number of students goes up. It wasn't possible to compare with last year's paper data, as I only counted worksheets distributed to my students for my B reports. I'd never actually worked out how many worksheets were actually done, which is what Class Navi can do now. In terms of my digital journey, I had a very slow start, then a big pickup, which has carried on since. I trained in October last year, and I had my first student at the end of November. He was digital because he lived far away, and then I didn't have many students. I had my first digital enrollment in March this year. I also had 2 weeks of have a go days in April, and then suddenly, Bob's your uncle. Digital was very overwhelming at the start because I'm what you call the dinosaur age. But until you test the waters, you don't know if it's freezing cold or lukewarm. I tried with my son as a demo, but it wasn't real. I tried with a student who had moved overseas. It saved us a lot of money. We used to post work at £50 a pot, but it was baptism by fire, as he wasn't doing well. Doing 1 page and submitting it, and that wasn't good. I also spoke to a lot of parents who said I didn't want more extra screen time. They had too much screen time already online. In the end, I had Tia, who had just completed English and moved further south of London and was struggling to come to the center every week. So she went on Zoom and on the app. I thought, oh, this is easy. I can see what she's studying better on the Class Navi than on Zoom. And that was it. At the award ceremony, we had an event to publicize the app and show the first promo video from head office. Lots of parents indicated interest, but it really didn't take off until we had the Have a Go days in April. We put leaflets into bags and more people came than I thought, bearing in mind it was also the school holidays. My center manager also spoke to parents who didn't mark often, showing them how the app would be easier. And we lent out some tablets. At that time, I was only trying to convert existing students. Those who converted to the app were coming into the center with their tablets. Other students were seeing it, and it spread from there. Then with enrollments. Just like Siobhan and Almas also experienced, my first and second DTs on the app didn't enroll in Kumon at all. The third one did, Tama, and his sister is now just about to start. It's just the norm now. The number of students picked up when I became more confident, and I thought, I can do this. The limitation was me, not the app. With anything new or digital, I am a slow learner. I remember we all had training at Lola's Lower Sydenham Center, and I didn't know the difference between the Kumon app and the Class Navi. I printed out all the manuals. I came home and thought, this is exciting, but can I handle this? I think that was what delayed it. If I had the same conviction I had in April this year as I had after the training in October last year, it could have taken off sooner. I didn't have the conviction I could instruct on the app, but I'm back. The app students are everywhere. When they come in, they're visible, especially with many siblings working on tablets at the same time. And I give them all a branded tablet case cover, and so they're visible outside the center too. I have had to change parts of the center operations to accommodate the growing app students. I bought my own tablet before the subsidy. I also have 8 tablets available in the center. When siblings come in,
We can't hear you.
Abby, so sorry. We cannot hear you. Not yet.
my volume is up and my
Yeah,
mic is up.
right now. Please continue. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Right, I bought my own device even before the subsidy. I also have 8 tablets available in the center. So when the siblings come in with one device, we lend them another. I'll be buying more as needed. We lock the devices so they can only go on the Kumon app. I've told parents how to do this on their own device too. I've had to upgrade my internet as it sometimes was freezing, especially with many students on it. It was sometimes a nightmare, and I used to joke, okay, it's okay. It's just going to Japan for them to check it for me. But then it wasn't funny. When the internet lets us down, students submit their work and we don't get it. I now have a 5G box with BT and EE, and we can have 30 devices connected at one time. It's fantastic and it's cheaper than broadband. With the setting of worksheets, I'm managing what the students do on a daily basis. The setting doesn't pile up with the app like it does with the paper. After learning how to do everything, I now delegate. I have 2 appointed people who can handle onboarding digital students and queries from parents. To set our students up, we use a QR code, which is like a barcode, and we scan it, and this takes us directly to the URL without needing to type it. It's so quick onboarding, and when the students start on the app, because we are working as a team in class, I can now focus 100% as an instructor, observing my students. I have my own stylus pen, so I walk around the class with a stylus and a red pen, as I used to do. And with watching the playback, there's a bit of time spent there, but it depends on why I'm doing the playback. In the beginning, I was fascinated, so I was playing back everything when I only had 10 students then, but then that was because I was curious. Now I look at certain ones. Before with paper, I would go through the completed worksheets before I set. It's just the same thing. It's a lot quicker also to mark digital, even if you're looking through all the steps, which I do anyway on paper. If you're in commercial, you should be thinking about getting a lot of your students on the app, because it saves you a huge amount of money for pulling, dating, recording, and setting of work, and arranging the folders where you want to pull D1 and someone's put D2 in the wrong slot. With the app, I don't have to do any of that. If you've got 10 student apps, it's like a drop in the ocean. If you've got 60, 70, 100, 150, all the benefits start showing up. I am now doing my parent information meetings to join Kumon every week. I used to do them just once a month on a Saturday, and then do my DTs the following week. But now I do my briefings on every Wednesday at 6:30 for the benefit of working parents. And then the DTs a couple of days later. Because of the digital, it's easier to do my DTs. So I've shortened the lead time to enrollment. With my paper students, I've got Tuesday students, Wednesday students, Fridays, Thursdays and Fridays and Saturdays. But with my app students, they can come in any day. Why? Because we don't need to pull worksheets, we don't need to arrange folders, whatever. But what stays the same operationally, even with my digital students, is that I want my families to come in to the center as normal, regularly. I'm only closed on Sundays and Mondays, Other than that, I'm with the child in class and if digital, at home too. Let me share some of the main contributing factors to my growth. The replay function. This really helped me to grow my student numbers. One of the main benefits that I can keep a close eye on their homework rather than waiting till the end of the week to see them in class. I'm serious about education. I prefer the students do one a day properly instead of multiple days work and not complete them or give up partway. If students start drawing faces, I take a video and send it to the parents. This is not acceptable. You can't just submit anything to me. If they submit work they haven't done, I put a red line through it instead of putting all the crosses, which is too time consuming. I just mark it as correct, make a note to myself, send a video to the parents and reset for them to do properly. If they submit the corrections without doing it, I delete all new work I've set and submit one correction at a time. I have a paper student who is a bit cheeky. He does the pages in the front, removes some middle pages and does the last ones. And the parent will mark it as all right because they don't know what's missing. With the app, they can't rip it out, they can't bin it, and the best bit, I mark it. Another one is very cheeky, cherry picking, drawing faces, scribbling, and then doing his work. I filmed the replay and sent it to the parent. The parent said, he was sitting at the table with me and working quietly. I said, yes, but this is what he was doing. The parent sent a message back, oh, I am so sorry. Parents know I can keep an eye out and support them to nurture their children to be serious about learning. Students who try their parents' patience by not doing their work or damaging their device, I give them a sensor device and a stylus pen and I say, don't do that with mine. But I do that because I want them to study. I can help the parents get that message across to the child. I am not giving up on them. Because of the replay function, I can see the steps the students write and check they also equal the answer. The other day, I had a student on level G who needed to rearrange mixed fractions to calculate, but only wrote answers. I looked at the playback to see if he had written some steps and rubbed them out, but he hadn't. He was up to his antics copying the answers from somewhere. So I asked him to write his steps for me. The child wrote random fractions. I filmed the steps and sent it back to the parents. And the parents said, this child will kill me. Another child was asking Siri for the answers. You know these kids, they will try anything. I know I can now instruct the students for their homework as I'll do in the center. So I'm reducing negative study habits. I encourage parents to go through the record sheets on their child's app. If they're doing one subject, I want to see 1 star a day. If they're doing dual subjects, then 2 stars. This is proving all popular with the parents and there's good word of mouth generated. Another big contributor is marking. For my parents, I'm now able to save them from the home marking, which is a major bone of contention in most homes and the real reason most parents quit Kumon. We are offering a professional marking service instead, either through KGCC for homework or through my trained staff for classwork. Nothing is marked by the parents anymore. I am charging £10 extra. I'm glad I am. Our students are doing extra work. So it's as if I'm charging for the worksheets, also the marking service, and less worry at home. The parents having to mark the paperwork, they're tired. If the child hasn't answered the questions, they snap at the child, and the child says, I don't want to do it anymore. If I'm marking it, then I can feedback and take the edge of it and say, try again, rather than say it's wrong. I can give a hint so they don't write the same thing again and again. No parents wants to see their child making mistakes, so they might mark it all right. Others might not be able to mark. With my non-English speaking parents, they find it too difficult to do so accurately. And they know if we are marking it and observing the replays, then their children will do it properly. So it makes life easier for those parents. Many digital Kumon Center instructors are asking the parents to still mark, but then you don't see what's happening, and so nothing will change. If I'm right, the UK is only one of the few countries that's still asking parents to mark. In Japan, it doesn't happen. So we are actually bringing things in line with the ethos of Kumon. If you are marking it, you can see what the problems are at home and you can sort it out. With paper, you can't write on the homework until it comes back to you. But with the app, you can write on the actual worksheets whilst marking it. So hopefully you see some improvements by the time the worksheet comes back to you again. I've also been changing my communication. As I mentioned, I went for training and downloaded the app a year ago in October. I had my first student in November, but it didn't take off until April. All the while, I was bouncing ideas off Sharon in Levisham and Lola in Lower Sydney. Thank you, sis. They were more techy than me, and they were my mentors. In the meantime, I was also speaking to parents and studying the app, thinking, how will this help? How will it grow my business? Instead of thinking is this a new product? No, I was thinking, this is a new service. I am with your child on a daily basis, and I can step in before trouble starts. The way I sell it is that's how I sell the £10 extra per subject for being with your child at home. And that became my focus of communication. The main benefit of the app is you've got me in your house 7 days a week, which really highlights when you say daily study. With the paper, I'm there once a week, and then you're on your own 6 days. I have to be careful though, that they don't think 7 days is 24/7. Some parents still think that. When I wasn't sure about the tablet study, I didn't think my market wanted it either. The first few parents I spoke to said, oh no, I want my child to be writing. I've been to a bit of training, but I didn't know the difference between writing on the paper or on the tablets. So I couldn't defend it. But what happened, just like Amos, I've worked with it more and I can talk more comfortably about it. When you're comfortable, the conviction shows. And the parents say, okay, I'll give it a try. Once they try, they don't go back. It's not the parents, it's actually us. I've asked some of my parents for their feedback. One mother said, you pick things up I can't see. Another said, life is so much better than this. This boy, Bahizi, he said he likes the tablet more than the paper because it's mathematics and you're doing it on something that involves maths. And this boy, the best thing about Kumon is the app. He was a crier. Looking at all my digital students, including the inactive accounts, here are some of the breakdown. At the start, I had some wobblers. I tried to put them on digital, but they still left. Since May, I haven't had anyone converted to the Kumon app leave. There are no blue lines from May, and I have more newly enrolled students. Some who don't have the right device, so they're on paper for now. Here on the right are the active accounts for those studying on the digital worksheets. You can see how many conversions from paper and how many are newly enrolled, straight to the tablet. Over the months, you can see there are more and more new enrollments going straight to digital. And also, I'm starting to get existing students converted from paper to digital. And even now, had the most recent fun week, which included have a go sessions. I had several students convert from paper, and two parents went out and actually bought Samsung and iPad tablets, one each per child. These are my overall student numbers over the last couple of years. My highest peak pre-lockdown was 470 in 2019. I want to get back to those numbers again or more. I think I would have dropped lower if it hadn't been for the digital conversions and new digital enrollments. The last major contributing factor to my digital numbers is now, since April, I only do digital enrollments, except for English, of course. I can't wait for that to be ready. This family had made the appointment 3 times with me and finally attended the enrollment with digital. I could show them the replay of the key moments. The father asked me, can she go faster? And I could answer if she's on the tablet, because I would be with her every day at home. The other day, she started writing carries. I wrote a note, do you need this? And she tried straight away to keep it in her head. That wouldn't have been so immediate if it had been on the paper. Even reluctant parents like this were not only doing digital maths, but also wanting to add English. They liked the digital because their child could do more. This family in particular are thinking of the 11 plus, and I can react to their needs. Digital is more responsive with messages from me and hints. I've had 2 families come straight through to digital by word of mouth. They both visited a friend's house and saw the other children studying on the app. They've both now bought new tablets and have enrolled. In October, I had 4 new students go straight to digital and all doing maths and English. This is the largest number so far. I think there are new types of markets interested in the Kumon app. This is my center. This is my area. And it's characterized by many different geo-demographic strands. It's a multi-ethnic area with a mixed, varied population, Georgian and Victorian terraces. A significant proportion of housing in the area is council-owned. We have good transport links, and it attracts young and affluent incomers. Amongst my Kumon students, I have a big existing market for families committed to education for their children. Some might not even have much money. I saw a lot of this during the lockdown when I was dropping off work, but they really value education. I'm trying to help my local community with community-funded projects and fund and support for fees for those who really need it. It's also why I'm Ofsted registered to make the fees affordable for more people. They see education as a way out of poverty. However, this market here of well-paid professionals who have just moved into the area with the new American embassy and the extension to the underground, Kennington has become more gentrified. I couldn't afford a shoebox now, and I want that market. They don't put a lot of emphasis on their children doing after-school education activities because this is seen as extra. And they don't want to be pushy parents, or they have those arguments over dinner. They will appreciate the app more as they are busy parents, like I was with my kids. I had to rely on the nanny, but now they come home, their children have done their work, and all the work's been marked. No stress. These are some of the new trends I'm also noticing. I have a lot more professional working mothers, all choosing the app. One's a GP, one's a lecturer, another is senior nurse registrar, and all the children are working on the app and doing their work very well. If a parent's shift changes, and if they're on the app, they can change their day. We don't need to pull or record or say, oh, it's not been timed. What time did you start? Anything like that. No. Imagine the flexibility. A doctor always on call, a prison officer, all can change their shifts. So they come in anytime. I know what's happening with their child's work. That's another thing I found out. Another trend is where families have moved out of the area. Most of the ones who moved out are now staying with me and changing to the app and coming maybe once a month. Before the app, they would just have left. So we can keep them in the Kumon world. And because they don't usually re-enroll, they usually stop from my experience. Another trend is students taking up the app is when there's an imbalance between parental support for Kumon. And so the work is sporadic or separated parents. I've got 20 such cases. For example, a student in year 4, when she came, could hardly write her name properly. Dad supports the program, But when the child is with the mom who doesn't support the program, they don't do any work at all. By the time they're back with dad, they're doing as many pieces as possible before the class day. Now the child is doing the work on the app during the week. Mom never marked, and she doesn't need to now, and dad doesn't need to mark either. I also have some homeschool children who are on the app. It's made life easier for them too. If more of the English was on the app, I'd have more ethnic minorities taking up the English. Parents can't mark, so the children are marking it all correct. They might only speak English at school, as the parents haven't got English as their first language. So families, well, most of my parents are now asking me, please hurry up. When is the English going to be completely digital? A big opportunity for me will be the full English program on the app beyond 2A. Lastly, families who are needing more flexibility are doing the study, are putting their children on the app. The difference now is that there's an option. Before the digital, there was only one option, paper. You've got to find a way to get to the center at least once a week, or I'll post it to you and it could get lost. Now you've got the choice, paper or digital. If you can't make it regularly, that's fine. You still get as much through the digital, because I don't have to wait till the end of the week to see how the child is getting on. Now, with Christmas coming up, parents are going around with a tablet to keep their child occupied anyway, so they may as well have a Samsung, as it's the good one. You can do the app study on it, and you don't need to have a stylus that needs charging. Amazon did a big deal where Samsung was $219, I think. And I tell my parents to watch out for these kind of deals. Next will be the Black Friday. I'm looking out for that as well. And I can see the Christmas list for this year. Can I have a Samsung tablet, please? I know that a lot of you are thinking and worrying that the digital is a hassle, but it's the complete opposite. I think instructors should embrace it, and it does make life easier. It's made mine easier. And I know a majority of the instructors have under 10 digital students right now. I did too. If these students are self-marking, the parents aren't seeing anything, and they aren't seeing any difference. And you as an instructor can't see the benefits. If you've got 10 or 20 students, it's still a lot more work. You are still having to pull physically, setting, recording, sorting out folders. I couldn't have managed what I've done without the digital app. You need a lot of them on the app to see the impact of what the app can do. I was actually burning out before digital. I was overwhelmed. And it's a lot more easier with the digital now. I was pulling out my hair when the homework comes back, and there's a lot of inaccurate work, inaccurate marking. And that's for many reasons. I was so unhappy, but now I'm so happy. Digital came at the right time, and it injected new life into my business. You need to innovate. We have a lot of competitors, and they're probably working around the clock now to copy us. Let us stay ahead of the game. You need to be convinced yourself this is the new norm. It is for me, and you need to feel confident using it. Because if someone isn't confident about using something, they don't push it or speak about it. I didn't either in the beginning. I don't make it compulsory though, but I do highlight the benefits.
Who continued it?
By highlighting the benefits, parents can see this themselves. Digital is nothing new anymore in my center. It's not even a thing. I thought it might create the haves and the haves not, but it hasn't. Students, my assistant, everyone is used to seeing it incorporated into everything we do in the center. In my small world, it's made a huge difference. I don't have a huge amount of paper setting to do anymore. I have a more accurate view of what my students are doing. The parents love it, the children love it. And this change happened in just over 6 months from April to now. So don't be afraid. It will bring more students and make your existing ones more happier. And just think, no more counting of stock, No more counting of stock. Thank you for listening to me. I hope I've encouraged you to give it a go. I did, and God bless.
In my small world, it's made a huge, huge difference. Those words really impacted on me. Abby, I am sure your message has connected with many instructors who are now living the reality you had some months ago. And listening to your words must have helped them to see that's a natural process that everyone will live at some point.
We will soon be going into breakout rooms to give you a chance to discuss what you have heard today and what you have been inspired by. Here is a recap on screen of the presentations to help you. Siobhan shared her thinking and emotions when beginning the process of introducing digital enrolments into her centre. She had thought it would be a mammoth task, but discovered it wasn't. She showed the value of utilising the Digital Enrolment Guide, which is a resource available to all instructors. She used it step by step, and it reduced the initial nervousness she felt. Now she is so comfortable with the adjusted, not so different really, process that it feels normal. She discovered how much digital enrolments could do for her and her students, including all the tools available. She lost her fear, and now digital enrolments are something she can work seamlessly into the centre. She urges you all to lose your fear too.
Anna learned about the value of professional markers supporting her centre. She shared her realization that she and her team could mark for the students, but the quality was being compromised when it became just a task. By receiving support from professional markers in the Kumon Global Grading Center, she and her team were able instead to dive deeper into the process of the child, the type of mistakes the students made, and how to improve, and spent more time instructing because they had more information about the child. As a result, students experienced better progress during summer than ever before. And parents are delighted about both not needing to mark homework themselves and being done by a professional team. It is a better service.
Alma spoke to us about the efficiencies in operations made by digital as a whole, and the completely different use of her time as an instructor. Eliminated tasks and huge time savings have enabled her to divert all of that time gained into higher quality activities instead, such as deeply reviewing students' work, feeding back to students, and communicating with parents. With KGGC support, home marking has been eliminated at the centre. This all adds up to so much more value for the child and the customers. The students are progressing better with more worksheets completed and fewer repeats, and enjoy looking at their study records, showing Almas in class or their parents at home. And Almas has greatly increased job satisfaction.
And the Viola spoke to us about the growth. And the Viola spoke to us about the growth of digital in her center. So to the extent that the students studying on the app in class is now so normal. She also views digital enrollments as completely the norm. Marking is all taken care of for her students, and indeed, she sees digital as a new service for them as she is with their child every day. She's noticing new types of customers coming to start digital, particularly those who are time poor, like the daily input that she can offer, and who require the flexibility of when and where they study. As a result, she has now started to get word-of-mouth inquiries from people coming specifically for digital study.
After these wonderful presentations, it is now time for you, our instructors, to share your thoughts with your peers. You will automatically be allocated into your breakout rooms. If you are not automatically allocated, please do not worry. A member of the staff will rename you and will allocate you to your room. Please be patient and understanding because there are around 700 people connected right now. And of course, enjoy the discussions. You will each have a facilitator in your groups that will guide you through your discussions. So in your breakout rooms, please discuss the following points. What inspired you most from what you heard today? After today, what will you say to customers about the value added from Digital Kumon? And what is your new plan when it comes to digital in your centre, elevated by today's instructor presentations? We will return from the breakout rooms at around 5:15. Enjoy.
Why is our chat disabled?
We don't know, we will check that.
Yes, we're just looking into it, Lola. We'll try to make it active again.
Thank you.
I think it's showing up as a wrong breakout room for me. I was supposed to be 34, but it's changed to 21 itself. I don't know if anyone can help me with that. It's Preeti from the Kumon UK.
Please be patient and we will try to deallocate you in the correct room.
Hi there, I lost signal on my computer. I'm on my iPad. Please can you reallocate me to discussion room 35? Thank you.
Yes, sorry, we are moving all the people right now, and at the end, maybe we can move the last one. Thank you so much for the patience.
I'm sorry. I don't seem to be getting a choice to move into a breakout room. I've just got a message. So I'm just trying to see if there's anything else I can do. Yeah, thank you.
We are trying to allocate everybody automatically. When we finish with the automatic reallocations, we're going to do the manual ones if you are still in the main room.
Thank you so much.
¿La 2? ¿Es en la 2? Sí, la mía. Espera, no. Me están solo las impares. Un momentito, que está una cuenta. Meto yo en la 2.
Ciao Luisa, scusi.
Carlos, dime. April, ¿sigue en marcha la asignación de política? Sí.
Sorry for that. We are moving all of you to the groups, but it's not automatic. It's not so quick as we wish. So sorry for that.
Please, maybe can I ask you to put your camera on if you are there and wanting to move, and we can prioritize you as well. Thank you.
Podrá que mover a Preti naranja. Preti naranja.
Hi, is this the main breakout room? Because I was sent back here. Nobody knows.
Is that Sandra Castelvel speaking?
Hi, it's Sandra Ritchie here.
Oh, your name, you've been renamed incorrectly.
Yeah, well, I was meant to be in group 32, but somehow I got into a Spanish one. I've been trying to get out of it ever since. So yeah, sorry, Davina. My fault for not putting the correct thing in the first place. Can you direct me?
Which room did you say, Sandra?
Yeah, 32 I was meant to be in. So my camera's not working either, so that probably doesn't help.
But I've just renamed you properly, so.
Thank you. I had no clue what was happening in Spanish. You can say dos cerveza, por favor.
Sorry, it was my fault. I did.
No,
I thought you're Sandra from Spain. So sorry for that.
Okay, cheers. I'll join the other one now. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot.
Is anyone else still waiting to join a room?
Preeti is.
I tried to allocate her, but it's not the room's not even coming up. So
I know I've been trying. Maybe room 25. I tried to move her to, but I'm not sure if the pop-up's coming up.
No, I don't think so. I've also tried to move her.
It could be the device, depending on what you're logged in as. If Zoom maybe is not recognizing.
I think everyone else must have stepped away from their screen, so they're not.
Just to say again, everyone, if you would like to be moved, please put your camera on.
I'm using my other computer. I've got 2 devices attached, so thank you. I'm good with the other computer. I'm moving about with the breakout room, so thank you.
Sorry, Jamina, I can't even go on the chat. The chat is disabled, so I couldn't answer back to your message on the chat. And no, I'm not getting a pop-up at all. I'm sorry, you can just see my hand there. Yeah, I'm not getting a pop-up to join anything at the moment. And I'm not able to access my chat also. Yeah, my chat is disabled.
We're all trying to move you, Preeti, and for some reason we're not able to move you.
It's okay. It's okay. I got my name. I was like, okay, I'm going into the Spanish group. I didn't click on that. I should have maybe. I think I'm the one who's jinxed. I did that last year also. I was staying with all of you for the chat.
But we can talk with you, Preeti, if you want.
Yeah.
Which is the most thing that you enjoy today?
Oh gosh. Okay.
You are alone with us.
I loved everything. I enjoyed Abby's presentation, her life and her enthusiasm. I enjoyed that. I was very impressed with how the London Ealing instructor also, the Dickens Yard, yeah, the one who is trying different strategies to get things going and the whole focus on digital. I have been a latecomer onto the digital platform, so I'm hoping it's picking up because I'm trying everything that I can. I am maybe at about 52 students at the moment. It's picking up slowly, but it definitely has its advantages. And of course, the global marking, that's helped me a lot in terms of the focus, staying on the students, and the added advantage of not taking on that stress of at the end of the day to be able to mark those 22, 25 students, which are coming up 22 times 4 or 5. So that's something that I really, really appreciate. It is growing. It is growing on a slow scale, definitely, but it is growing. So we're seeing a weekly and a monthly sort of a race in our digital students. But everything was great. Quite enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. Let me ask you, which is your next step for next week? What will you do?
Yeah, I am actually holding my ASHRs today. So I'm just staying for the conference and I'm biting my hands because I need to leave by 1 o'clock sharp for my SHRs. And in the ASHR, I have a student and a family who has moved from paper to digital for the maths program. The mother is talking about her journey over the years. I also have another student who is on the maths program, who is a student speaker. So he would also be discussing how digital has kind of helped him and the input that he's getting. So we are all out in terms of encouraging our families, and the ASHR is the best platform. The award ceremony is the best platform to be able to do that for me, because I'll get everyone in the room together. We are just getting over the free trial as of now, and I'm using the digital enrollments a lot more. My confidence there has come up in terms of using the device. Yes, using the device in terms of, it started off initially with a bit of hesitation because I was just running short of a P1 test, but I was like, let's go for it. And it was great in terms of doing that now for every student, more or less. So yeah, it is. So lots of things in mind. I think as a center, we have dedicated staff, time, spaces, devices. We're trying our best to try and keep up with everything. And we've seen some encouraging signs, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So we had to go out. I mean, computer had a problem, and now I'm in again, but I'm not in my room.
Don't worry, Olga. This is the best. This is the best room. This is the best discussion room. Just for you and us.
I stay. No, I have an invitation, so I go.
Don't worry at all. It's just a couple of minutes. Thank you so much, Priti.
No worries. No worries.
Enjoy today as well.
I'm a bit nervous, but yes, thank you very much. I could be
not really.
Thank you.
Don't be. Will be great. I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. From Spain. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I didn't have a chance to go into the breakout room. Is it a break now? How long will it be? If anyone can help me. Sorry.
In 1 minute, we will inform you. Just a
Sorry.
second, please.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay.
Could you say that again, Miguel? What time are we coming back?
Just a second. I'm going to say it now.
Oh, thank you.
People are still coming to the main room, I think.
Sorry, can I ask, the chat disabled, has that been sorted out? Because I think my chat is still disabled.
We will try to fix that in the break now.
Thank you.
So I think that everybody's back. So welcome back, everyone. Thank you all for your incredible contributions to the breakout room discussions. It has been wonderful to see how excited so many of you are to start promoting digital Kumon in your centers. We cannot wait to see the incredible benefits it has for you, our fantastic instructors, as well as each and every one of your digital students, as digital becomes our new normal. We will now be having another short break. So please, again, make sure that you do not leave the conference, but instead turn off your cameras. This break will last approximately 10 minutes. So please ensure that you are back at 12:20 UK and Portugal time, 13:20 Central European time, 14:20 African and Greece time, and 15:20 Middle East time. Thank you and see you now.
So I think everyone's logging off now.
Well, just a short break.
I had a thought. Is it possible that you would think you might want to put the small one in the corner below?
Hello, somebody hasn't turned the microphone.
Kea now, as a new instructor for me, has just enabled me to learn more of the program as well as learning from the students. And the more I click on those amazing features of Kea now, the more I discover more about the children.
If you have this Kea app, it helps you improve on your schoolwork. You can do everything on it. It's like writing on the actual paper.
Once I tried the tablet, I realized that really there's not much difference at all. My biggest plus is the transparency. I see exactly what's happening every day with the student. I'm thrilled to be on the computer at 7 in the morning and see a student on the tablet. You see it right away and you're like, yes, they're doing the cool one right.
I find it more child-friendly because they are really looking forward to do their work on Kea now.
Let me know.
We get our messages very quickly, and I like it because I can look back on my work, how many I did correct and how many I did wrong.
Die Kinder lieben es, mit dem iPad zu arbeiten. Und durch die Ansicht auf dem iPad können sie sehen, wie gut sie sind, in welchem Stand sie sind. Und sie können sogar Highscores aufstellen und sich motivieren, noch besser zu werden.
Also mir gefällt es sehr gut, weil ich dann schneller und konzentrierter arbeiten kann und ich dann auch noch mal, man hat ja dann den Ring am Ende, kann ich auch sehen, wie weit ich gekommen bin. Mein Ziel ist, dass ich schneller und besser werde.
Man muss die CD nicht aus dem Buch holen, sondern man kann einfach das Englisch anmachen und Englisch anhören. Man muss nicht bei dem Center die Blätter abholen, sondern nur sein Tablet holen.
Doing the corrections immediately instead of having to wait till they come to the center. That's another very big positive.
We still do admin on the tablet. There's still marking, you still have to prep. The time is just, there's a total different time in sitting with 20 students back where you have to mark, record everything. Compared to doing 20 students on the tablet. I would love to have the whole center on the tablet just for that advantage.
Previously with the worksheets, as the parent, you had to correct it and mark it. That itself is time consuming, but with the app, they can do regular work on a daily basis, knowing that they'll be marked, and then they'll know where they are and they can progress that way.
And the organization with the pages is just so much easier. It's just much more organized for everybody, for the student, for the parents, for the instructor.
Also mir gefällt das, weil ich iPad persönlich praktischer, weil ich bei Papier, da verliere ich schneller was. Das iPad verliert man nämlich nicht so schnell.
Ich finde es besser, weil du alles am Ort hast, du musst nicht danach suchen.
Also ich sehe das Lerncenter in einem Jahr schon auf einer 100%-Quote der Kumon Tablet App, weil es viele Vorzüge hat. Der ganz große Vorteil ist einfach die Vielfalt, die ich den Eltern heutzutage anbieten kann.
You can use the playback function to see if they are following your instructions, and sometimes I need to replay to the student and say, this is what I can see and the way you do in your books, and I prefer for you to do it a better way. So that is one of the benefits of the tablet.
Ja, also auf Papier bin ich eher nicht so konzentriert wie auf dem iPad und meine Lust hält auch länger am iPad an als am Papier.
The messaging feature and alongside the analysis makes Kea app such an amazing tool.
The fact that I can set as much as I want and I can change it as often as I want and so easily, that's definitely been one of the greatest advantages.
For the student, they're still doing their worksheets. They still have to do maths that's hard. So I think for them in the beginning, it feels like a whole different platform. Everything is new but in the end, it comes down to still doing Kea the way Kea has been done for many years.
Also mich motiviert es, wenn ich schnell vorankomme und also auf meinem Klassenniveau bin und ich möchte schneller, besser und halt mein Klassenniveau erreichen und ich hoffe, dass Anna mich nicht einholt.
Give it a go. That's what we say to our Kea kids.
With many parents coming in, that is one of their concerns, or no, you want paper because you want them to be writing. But when I showed them that look, this is writing, it's the exact same, you hold it the same as pencil, and they try it for themselves, and then they agree.
We witnessed the the benefits of it, that they were excited, they wanted to do it, and they've actually made immense strides with this.
I'm hoping that the number of students on the app will continue to increase. So I'm hoping that over time we will get as many digital students as possible. That would be the dream.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we move on to our next presentation, I'm happy to announce that hopefully the chat function is now operating effectively for all of you. So please feel free to use this when necessary. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our Senior Manager, Maurice, to deliver the next presentation in today's conference, the announcement of those who have made the incredible Elite List and Long Service Awards. This year, we are so privileged to be able to celebrate the successes of so many instructors within our network. So please, join us in congratulating our 2023 Elite Instructors by sharing your reactions via the reaction button on your screen or popping in the chat function. Maurice, over to you.
Thank you very much, Eden. Good afternoon, all. My name is Maurice Mullins, and I'm a manager in Cuman Europe and Africa's Regional Support Centre. It is my greatest pleasure to be your MC for the 2022 Kea Instructor Conference Instructor Awards. Please note that we will be having instructors speak here, so you will need to be in your English room or your Spanish room or your German room to hear the interpretations. Today, as Eden announced, we will be announcing the instructors who are on the 2023 Elite Instructor lists. And three of those instructors will be sending us a short message as well. We will announce a change to the elite criteria, which will come into effect from 2024. Then we will recognize the amazing length of service of some of the instructors across Cuman Europe and Africa. Two of those instructors will also share a short message with us. One of these instructors has an amazing length of service and is still going strong after 35 years. Is that not amazing? Imagine how much Cuman has changed over that period of time, from being one of the first instructors in Europe and Africa to now seeing the introduction of digital Cuman. But also imagine how many students have she seen, how many students has she instructed. Let's begin with our first announcement, the announcement of the 2023 Elite Instructors. The Elite List is a list of the top instructors in the English as a foreign language, native language, and maths programs. The instructors are recognized for further, earlier, longer, and more students. All of these indices are based on the August 2022 data. Before we reveal the list, let's first look at some of the characteristics of this year's list. The number of instructors per list is calculated according to the total number of students that we have across Cuman Europe and Africa. This year, that means we've got 32 instructors on the maths list, 16 native language instructors, and 2 English as a foreign language instructor. The number of native language instructors has increased this year because the number of subjects across Europe and Africa that are studying native language has also increased. Also, for the first time, a Spanish instructor is on the elite list for English as a foreign language. Congratulations. A UK instructor appears on the list for the first time ever for native language, and they are ranked as the top instructor on that list as well too. What an amazing achievement. Congratulations. Also, as you can see, there's always an opportunity to appear on this list through your daily hard work and through setting a goal for yourself. Now, to let you know, the top instructors for 2023 have been informed in advance. So the top 3 have been informed in advance, but none of the other instructors have been informed. Could you be on this year's list? Well, let's find out. The instructors on each program will be read out one by one. They are in the order of their ranking from the top. Then the top instructor will be introduced by his or her area manager or regional manager, and we will ask them to speak a few words. Please proactively use your reactions or send them a message in the chat. We will begin with English as a foreign language instructors.
Nikolaus Dorozinski, Düsseldorf-Penraz.
Mariluz Cristóbal Gómez, Madrid, Pinar de Chamartín.
Congratulations to both of these instructors. Now, please welcome Muna to introduce Nicholas.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce Nicholas Dorozinski of Düsseldorf-Penrad and Bilk Study Centers. He is one of our most experienced and long-serving instructors here in Germany. Nick, your dedication, especially in difficult times, is an inspiration and an example for us and for many others. Congratulations, dear Nick.
So, thank you. Ich spreche aber in Deutsch, deswegen bitte alle auf den Dolmetscher starten. Hallo zusammen, ich freue mich, hier dabei sein zu dürfen. Vielen Dank für die Auszeichnung als Elite-Instructor. Kumon Englisch als Fremdsprache ist wohl eines der ausgereiftesten Kumon-Programme. Unsere Schüler lernen intuitiv, nachhaltig und das mit kürzerem täglichem Zeitaufwand als zum Beispiel mit Mathe. Voraussetzung ist aber, dass die Audiodateien auf der CD oder der Audio-App regelmäßig gehört und nachgesprochen werden. Für viele leider doch oft unbequem oder lästig, vor allem mit der CD. Schließlich ist Englisch eine Sprache und Sprache heißt Sprechen. Dafür ist die digitale Kumon Audio-App, die Kumon-App so perfekt. Alle Audiotracks und der Ablauf sind durch die App vorgegeben. Die CDs und Textbücher fallen weg. Die Aussprache und das Verständnis werden besser und die Schüler haben mehr Spaß. Die Motivation steigt. Die Tablet-App macht EFL super leicht bedienbar. Ich kann es wirklich nur empfehlen. Nutzt die Chance, mit EFL auf dem Tablet weiterzuwachsen. Bei uns im Lerncenter arbeiten mittlerweile 40% aller Kumon EFL-Schüler auf dem Tablet. Nahezu 90% aller Neuen starten direkt schon mit der App. Ich danke euch.
Thank you very much, Nick, and congratulations to both of the instructors. Now we will move straight on to the native language list.
Lisa Marie Wynn of the Dunstable Centre. Naveen Sheikh of Boston. Ella Ritchie of Livingston.
Leanne Heath, the Habaroni Centre in Botswana.
Preeti Narang, Leeds Headingley. Samantha Rudgley, Norwich. Louise Mohajeri, Oxford Botley. Sophia Mercuria, Sheffield Hillsborough. Kim Wilson, Corby. Alpana Patel, Clay Hall. Sarah Hurst, Crawley Pound Hill. Mehdi Mohajeri, Whitney and Carterton.
Doris van der Merwe, Habaroni, Botswana.
Rita Regani, Sheffield Crooks. Helen Goodbody, Bebbington. Naina Shah, Stanmore.
Congratulations to all of these instructors. Now, let's please welcome Arusha to introduce Lisa Marie.
Hello everyone, I'm proud to introduce Lisa Marie from the Dunstable Centre. Lisa Marie is a former Kumon student who took her experience to 6 different study centres as an assistant. And despite doing a law degree, she had a desire to develop children in the way that she had experienced and made a return to Kumon, taking over the centre that she studied at, which was the Dunstable Centre. Lisa's often taken on a crisis as a challenge and moved straight to commercial when she lost her venue due to COVID. Lisa Marie takes great care to ensure that she promotes independence, curiosity, a love for numbers, and reaching.
Thank you, Arisha. My time as a Kumon instructor has been relatively short, only 3 years. But over the last 3 years, my centre has quadrupled in size. So creating a working environment that can be scaled has been key to our success. We find with the English in particular, little tricks work best. So from hiding images for a second run through, playing games to increase memory skills, and having a reading corner for students to choose their own book. We also learned early on, the more fun we make the centre, the easier it is for families to incorporate us in their lives. prizes for passing tests, fancy dress competitions and arts and crafts activities, which really increases self-motivation. Particularly is key for us. We have a lot of Eastern European students, so parents can't help them as much, so we need to make sure they're self-motivated to do that. Marketing has also played a key role for us, researching the local area. Like I said, that European demographic we wanted to focus on, and it's really helped us in terms of hosting annual award ceremonies and really spreading the word. So it's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm really, really thankful to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa Marie, and congratulations once again. It's fantastic. And congratulations to all those instructors on the native language list. Now we will move on to the maths list.
Matilde González Conejero Illa, Murcia La Vega.
Vicky West, Portishead.
Janessa Talliard, South Centre.
Julia Cabetas Pérez, Toledo Buenavista. Carmen Pérez Álvarez, Vigo Astravesas.
Radhika Galani, Ashford Middlesex. Anjana Sohal, Frimley. Smita Galani, Oadby.
Juncal Navarro Tejero, Madrid Alberto Alcocer.
Adinefa Lacru, Sale.
Chungo Hamaya Hisatsune, Bruxelles Audagheim. Tania Kratimenu, Califeas.
Tatiana Portillo Serrano, Madrid Goya.
Maíz Armenaca, Brilision.
Lola García Delgado, Madrid Aravaca.
Neza Stoyanova, Canada Water. Siako Haruki, Hayden Wick.
Ana Olmos Castelbel, Esplugas de Llobregat, La Mayola.
Chao Chan, Worcester East. Abiola Abiodun Tijani, Kennington.
Sonia Sánchez Bulló, Sabadell Centra.
Sandra Jabro, La Lucia.
Sarah Weaver, Stevenage South.
Marzio Lo Giudice, Basel Budelli. Dimitra Arvaniti, Psychikou.
Yukiko Sharrock, Reading Early. Graham Merrick, Wolverhampton West.
Bárbara Peláez Calero, Boadilla del Monte Pueblo.
Natalie Taylor, Jesmond.
Maria Paramithiotti, Peristeri.
Yorgo Kaji McLaren, Finchley East. Pushpa Kansagra, Milton Keynes, Wolverton.
Again, congratulations to all of these instructors. We will now please welcome Miguel to introduce Matilde.
Hello everyone from Spain. Tengo el honor de presentaros a Matilde González Conejero. Su centro está en el este de España, en Murcia. Es el centro más grande de nuestro país, con más de 650 programas. Hace 17 años, coincidiendo más o menos con la apertura del centro, tuve la oportunidad de cenar con ella en Murcia. Fue una de mis primeras experiencias en Cumo. Si ustedes hubieran estado en la conversación de esa cena, no les generaría ninguna sorpresa el premio que hoy Matilde recibe. Enhorabuena por el galardón, Matilde. Estamos deseando escucharte.
Muchas gracias, Miguel Ángel. Hoy especialmente quiero transmitir mi agradecimiento a demasiadas personas, desde Japón hasta Murcia, pasando por cada rincón del planeta, donde trabajamos unidos con un mismo objetivo: dotar a los alumnos de las herramientas que necesitan para convertirse en personas inteligentes, competentes y responsables, porque esa unión es la que realmente nos hace fuertes. Detrás de todo este esfuerzo está el apoyo incondicional de millones de familias, así como el ánimo, entusiasmo y las ganas de seguir aprendiendo y mejorando de cada uno de nosotros, trabajando además en lo que nos apasiona. En palabras de Aristóteles, somos lo que hacemos día a día, de modo que la excelencia no es un acto, sino un hábito. Sigamos trabajando unidos por esos hábitos que nos ayudan a ser mejores, aprendiendo de nuestros alumnos y con ellos. Personalmente agradezco enormemente esta oportunidad de poder seguir aprendiendo y mejorando con todos vosotros. Muchas gracias a todos.
once again today. Congratulations. Congratulations to everyone. We are also delighted to announce that next year's Elite meeting will be held in person for the first time since the outbreak of COVID. And it will be held in person in either Barcelona or London. More details will follow for those successful instructors later on in the year, but congratulations to all of our Elite instructors. We would also now like to announce a change to the Elite criteria for the 2024 Elite list onwards. The role of our Elite instructors is very important. The first reason why we, KEA, award Elite status is to offer these instructors an opportunity to further develop their own knowledge of the Kumon method, so they can deepen their understanding and enhance their work with their students. But we also want you, and we want them, to share their learning with everyone. Therefore, in line with this reason, and the introduction of digital Kumon and the successes that we've seen today, we want our top instructors to lead the growth and development of digital Kumon throughout Kumon, Europe and Africa. Therefore, from the 2024 Elite list, which will be announced at next year's conference, we will be introducing a digital Kumon student percentage qualification criteria. For the 2024 Elite list, the digital Kumon student percentage qualification criteria needed is as laid out on the slide here. It will be 30% for maths and English as a foreign language, and 7% for native language for countries within Europe, and 10% for maths and 3.5% for native language for South Africa. Now, this is similar to the full license criteria. You must meet this criteria in order to be considered for Elite. It does not affect your ranking within the Elite list. Please note that this only applies to those countries and programs where that program is currently available on the app and has been available for a minimum of 12 months. This criteria will be reviewed every year, and we expect that with the growth that we are seeing, and from what Abiola showed us and other instructors showed us, that the digital Kumon student percentage will be much closer to 60% or higher for the 2025 list. Again, the primary goal of this change is for our top instructors to be leading us towards the achievement of 98,596 digital Kumon students by 2025. After the amazing presentations we heard from the fantastic instructors today, I'm sure that you will all have large numbers on digital Kumon. I saw many of you say in chat and in the breakout rooms how you're eager to get started. Now, we're going to move on to the recognition of a very, very special anniversary, the Long Service Awards. This is an occasion to pay our gratitude and to celebrate those instructors who continue to instruct in their community and have done since they first opened their class doors over 25 years ago. These are instructors who we look up to and who we are constantly learning from. And they are instructors who constantly give us energy through their continued passion for their students and Kumon. Today, we will celebrate those instructors who have hit the amazing milestones of 25 years, 30 years, and one instructor who celebrates 35 years. The instructors will be read out by one, but there's no particular order other than it is per company. Please ensure that you use your reactions or chat to congratulate them as well. Let us begin with the 25 years as a Kumon Instructor Awards.
Balraj Bahi, Aldona Caldecott, Sue Lineker, Rachel Gleason-Howe, Lindsay Carver, Rashmita Shah, Romana Sleeman,
Nazir Khan, Brenda Lawrence, Marie Jones, Michelle Monet, Marty Vandenberg, Henry Slabbert.
Congratulations to all of the instructors for their 25 years. Now, let us congratulate those instructors who have been observing and serving children in their community for 30 years and continue to go strong.
David Wiley, Hugh Khan, Ritsuko Ogata, Suika Takatsuka, Insub Shin,
Viv Shannon,
Dolores Yáñez Cortés, Mari Carmen Álvarez Borjas.
Congratulations. Thank you. We will now ask Claire to introduce Viv Shannon.
Good day, everyone, and thank you. I'm very proud to introduce today to you one of Africa's longest standing instructors, Viv Shannon, of the Melrose and Waverley Centres located in South Africa. Not only has Viv achieved 30 years of dedicated service to developing students through the Kumon programs, but has also dedicated time to develop herself as a Kumon instructor by becoming a maths completer early in her career. Viv was one of our first digital Kumon trial centres here in Africa, showing us that learning never stops and that we should develop ourselves for our students to develop. So without further ado, I am handing over to our amazing instructor, Viv, to share an overview of her 30 years of Kumon experience with us.
Thank you, Claire. Greetings from Johannesburg to everyone. I've been an instructor since May 1992 and have so enjoyed my many years with Kumon. I have seen a lot of changes, from handwritten and hand-calculated A and B reports, trial and error allocation of worksheets, and no English program, to a smoother, much more efficient online system of reporting, Zoom during lockdown, and now the wonderful digital Kumon. I love the Kumon program as it enables children to grow and develop their full potential. And I enjoy seeing children develop in confidence while I continue to learn and grow myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Viv. And congratulations again. Absolutely amazing. Well, we will now move on to the final award for today. And this award is to recognize an instructor of 35 years. Dear Kumon Europe and Africa instructors, the instructor is
Haruko Mori.
I would now like to ask our area manager, Sinead, to introduce Mori Sensei.
Thank you, Morris. Good afternoon, everyone. To have dedicated such an extraordinary amount of time to any profession is quite something. And as Morris mentioned earlier, can you actually comprehend how the vast number of students that Teruko has instructed over the last 35 years? What a fantastic legacy. Thank you so much for all of your hard work and dedication to your students. Teruko has been kind enough to record her thoughts and reflections from her career, which we'll share with you now. After the recording is finished, please will you join me in congratulating her.
Minasama, konnichiwa. ウエストアクトンに公文式教室を開設し、35年が経過。私にとっても信じがたいことです。当時は英国で5番目の公文教室であり、どのような成功を収めることができるか、まだ不透明な状態でした。
Hello everyone. It is hard, even for me to believe, that it has been 35 years since I opened the Kumon Centre in West Acton. At the time, it was the 5th centre to open in the UK, and it was still rather unclear how successful it might be.
今にして思えば心配は無用でしたが、公文式は英国で確固たる地位を築き、順調に成長してきました。この間、多くの素晴らしい同僚と仕事をすることができ、生涯の友も得ることができました。フレンドリーでプロフェッショナルな環境が英国での公文の成長と成功に貢献したと確信しています。そしてそういう諸々の支えがあったからこそ、 私も長く教室を続けてくることができたと思っています。日本を含めさまざまな研究会で出会った多くの指導者との意見交換、楽しかったことなどを今でも懐かしく思い出します。
In hindsight, we needn't have worried, as Kumon has established itself and grown very successfully in the UK. I have, over my time here, had the pleasure of working with so many great colleagues and made lifelong friends. I feel I must mention that I really appreciated the friendly yet professional environment that I am sure has contributed to the growth and success of Kumon in the UK. More than anything, it has made my time at Kumon not only possible but also extremely enjoyable. I still remember fondly the many occasions I met with countless instructors in various conferences, including in Japan, and found the experiences both informative and entertaining.
しかし、困難なことが何もなかったわけではありません。今回のコロナでは政府の対応は生徒にとっても大変でした。が、Kumonの自学自習の理念は遠隔教育の要件に合致。とはいえ、これまで通りの教室運営を続けることはできず、根本的な対策が必要でした。そして今、Kumon式が生徒と指導者の双方にとってよりよく機能し、対応しつつあることも素晴らしいと感じています。Kumonアプリの導入は良い例です。これはKumonが常に技術革新を推進し、教育の最前線に立ち続ける素質と柔軟性を持っていることの証明だと思います。
This is not to say that there haven't been challenges, most recently with COVID. The response of the government was not ideal for our students, to say the least, but particularly the self-learning philosophy of Kumon lent itself well to the requirements for remote education. Even so, to keep running classes as before just wasn't an option, and drastic action was needed. The changes introduced to enable the Kumon method to work more seamlessly for both the students and the instructors were also great to see. For example, the Kumon app. This proves that Kumon has the talent and flexibility to drive these kinds of innovations and to stay at the forefront of education.
このような素晴らしい環境の中で節目を迎えることができ、本当に光栄に思います。ありがとうございました。
It really has been a great honor to reach this milestone in such an excellent environment, and I look forward to what I am sure will be a bright future. Thank you again.
As Sinead said, thank you very much. And Maurice Sensei has been highlighted as well too. So if you want to turn on your microphones and just give her a big round of applause, please. Very, very much. As we said, she's still going. So I'm sure that many of you have traveled to Japan and many of you have attended a conference there. And I've been in awe of instructors who received 45-year anniversaries, 50-year anniversaries, 55-year anniversaries. Well, we're getting there. Mori Sensei might be leading the way, but I'm sure that many, many of you will get there as well in time to come. So thank you very much and congratulations. Once again, congratulations to all our instructors today. We look forward to continuing to recognize you and others in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice, and a huge congratulations to all of our 2023 elite instructors and long service instructors. We cannot thank you enough for your dedication and commitment to helping each and every one of your students achieve their full potential. We wish you all the success in the future.
To finish the 2022 KEA conference, we would like to give a warm welcome to Mr. Shimizu, President of KEA, who will share his thoughts on today's KEA Instructor Conference and Digital Kumon in 2023 and beyond.
Thank you very much for your attendance and active discussion today. Thank you so much, Yvonne. I feel you were saying to our colleagues, you thought it would be a huge task to do digital enrollment, but actually it wasn't. So let's give it a try. Thank you so much with big wow, Anna. I got so much inspiration from your presentation. We got a big business hint. KZDC changed the quality of marking with human touch. And now no need for home marking. You actually demonstrated it is possible to achieve 100% digital in just 6 months for your EFL students. No CD players. I can't stop thinking now about 100% digital, especially for EFL for all the students. Thank you very much, Armas. We could learn from you and the center with the longest experience pioneering digital Kumon in the world. That center operations became more efficient thanks to digital Kumon and KZDC as a non-separable package. The service you always wanted to offer your Kumon families is now becoming more feasible. Wow, thank you very much, Abiola. There were so many sharp and strong insights about the potential of digital Kumon through your actual experience. 10 is not enough. The more you have Kumon app students, the more you gain. Digital Kumon is a new service, not only a new product. And our market wants it. 9th August 2022 is the day I was impressed most in this year. At the time of digital enrollment, Dad asked her, can she go faster? Confident answer came from Abiola with clear conviction. If she's on the tablet, yes. Because I will be with her at home every day. It is proactive for all of us, and it is a three-way conversation. Digital Kumon unites or ties together all three: parent, child, and instructor. Connected. I felt this is it. New normal is here in this center. In the opening message, Mr. Ikigami mentioned our official digital Kumon commercial operations will begin from next year. And with digital Kumon, we aim to bring innovation to Kumon instruction and communication. Actually, on 4th November 2022, today, Mr. Ikegami made an official announcement to all the instructors in the world. Digital Kumon operations will begin in January of 2023. KIE kindly considered our Kea Instructor Conference today so that we can deliver this message to you first in the world, with a higher expectation for KEA to continue to lead digital Kumon. Mr. Ikegami also announced Kumon Connect as the name of tablet study and its logo. The value of the Kumon method is created and enhanced through the human connections between instructors and students, instructors and parents and students. We believe that strengthening the human touch and strengthening the connections between people is the strength of Kumon and the unique value of digital Kumon that cannot be found anywhere else. By combining the original Kumon logo with a new Connect logo, we have expressed the evolution of the service while continuing Kumon's value. Our approach of overlapping the two O's, reinforces the connection between the instructor and children with an extra human touch. Kumon Blue and Kumon Orange are our primary colors to express Kumon Connect's brand universe. Kumon Orange brings the brand warmth even on tablet devices and reinforces the human touch. Kumon Orange is also an expression of Mother Earth. Using the color together with Kumon Blue, the sky that connects the world, we want to emphasize our aspiration to support every child to realize their full potential on a global scale. These are sample images to apply Kumon Connect logo to your centers. We will proceed with Kumon Connect national promotions from December next month, not to miss Christmas time for our potential customer to purchase tablets. Do you know this movie? We call Jessica Stories. Actually, this video is very famous in the world, and it has been much used in KIE to study our new brand name and logo to come up to connect with human touch. Let's see the video with Kumon Connect now. Mr. Ikegami concluded his announcement with this message. We hope that Kumon Connect will be introduced in all Kumon centers around the world, and children are able to learn on tablets. That is a goal we are aiming to achieve as soon as possible. And give it a try, or you will never discover your true potential. In the last annual direction seminar, or ADS, in December last year, I shared this chart with many dots in 5 colors. They represent major countries' positioning as of December 2019, before COVID-19, in 5 overseas regions, including KEA. Horizontal axis is number of centers, and vertical axis is average center size of each country. Unfortunately, blue dots located in left bottom corner are our countries in KEA, and it shows the long-lasting structural issues with lower average subject counts in the world. At the same time, in ADS, we introduced Digital Kumon with the key phrases of choice is yours, so that our customers can choose the best suited worksheet and the way of study. This week, we had a further update on Kumon Connect student numbers as of October 2022. Thanks to your determinations and efforts to promote Kumon Connect, KEA has 7,380 subject enrollments and continues to make the largest contribution in the world. These are B31 Kumon Connect and paper worksheet. 38.8% and 8.6%. As of September 2022, KEA's share among 5 RHQs in terms of total subject enrollment studying on the paper worksheet is 8.6%. On the other hand, our share of Kumon Connect students is 38.8% and 4.5 times larger than paper worksheet. And KEA has ever kept the highest share in the world since last year. What does it mean? I think there's much higher potentials for your centers to grow drastically through digital Kumon as a new growth strategies because we are KEA. As Mr. Ikegami mentioned in his opening message, digital Kumon or Class Navi will be a great help for you to carry out this PDCA cycle in a very natural way. Let's look at make a record of study. As you know, without making a record of student study, it would be extremely difficult to proceed with check and action in this cycle. After the holiday, this student brought those worksheets to our company-owned center in London, and it took much time to take them from his Kumon bag, and our center staff helped to sort them out on his desk. Unfortunately, we didn't praise or appreciate his effort and his parents' marking. Even though he is a proactive student, during the vacation, he forgot the previous learning concept and needed to go back to the lower worksheet level. And on the day, he couldn't concentrate his study with less motivation. Unfortunately, this was his real experience at our center after the vacation. During COVID-19, probably we all had a lot of difficulties to maintain or keep marking and recording the student study result during online class. I'm afraid I have a gut feeling during my recent center visit in UK and Ireland. There are much fewer parents who always continue home marking. Fewer students bring his or her homework to the center. And there is less recording in the center in comparison with situation before COVID-19. As a result, in the case of our company-owned centers, for paper class, we have lost many students since COVID-19. What if this boy is Kumon Connect student? I also found the best practice. Miss Gina has always collaborated with her parents, student, even during COVID-19, and could well maintain study record for each and every student. Because of her strong passion and dedication towards Kumon's PDCA cycle, she could successfully launch Kumon Connect with KZZC in her centers. As of September 2022, Kumon Connect math student ratio is 73%, which is best in class globally. I understand KEA has a long history about home marking and its reason behind. However, I think now is the time we will be determined to break away from home marking, fully utilizing KZZC, not only to catch up with global standards in Kumon Group, but also, or more importantly, to provide drastically higher value-added marking service to each and every student parent without exception. In addition to breaking away from home marking, if we move together at a much faster speed to achieve two things in KEA, let's imagine what will happen to your center and your city or area in 2023. Kumon Connect shall be introduced to all Kumon centers in KEA as soon as possible. I don't want any centers left behind in KEA. Let's provide Kumon Connect to all the students studying EFL as soon as possible. We are very much confident about Kumon Connect EFL as a brand new service in view of unique competitiveness from customer viewpoint. Why not use Kumon Connect for EFL? I'd like all the KEA instructors as a global leader of Kumon Connect to give it a try, and let's meet 1 year later in Kea Instructor Conference 2023 online to build a robust foundation of our future growth. I fully understand your strong wish to resume face-to-face conference soon. However, first of all, let's achieve together Digital Kumu as a new growth strategy to come back to 100% subject counts of 2019 across KEA as soon as possible. Lastly, thank you very much for your attendance today. See you in ADS soon. We have a lot to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shimizu, for enlightening our path to our new normal, where KEA is leading the way to the rest of the Kuman regions. And now it is time for goodbyes. We would like to give a special thank you to all of our presenters, but also to all KEA instructors who have attended this year's conference. I hope you have been inspired by the presentations and will trace your own path with your own steps to our new normal. And thank you, Eden, for being such a wonderful co-host today. Thank you very much, and see you next year in the 2023 KEA conference.
Thank you, Miguel. You're amazing.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Presentation, Abiola.
Gracias. Hasta luego.
Gracias, felicidades.
Adiós, gracias.
A todos.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you, Miguel.
Gracias.
Gracias. Adiós.
Bye. Adiós, gracias.
Adiós. Bye.
Adiós a todos.
Gracias.
Saludos.
Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.
Gracias.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
So my device is refusing to leave the meeting. Hopefully it can leave soon.